Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our council meeting. And this is Monday morning, August 11th, 2025. Maybe we will have fun, maybe we won't. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationships between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for this place, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. And I think I'd like to mention before we go on to the next items is that the Moose Deer Point First Nation held their election for their council a week ago, and they have a new chief, Chief Tracy Hendricks, and who is known to many of us at the township here because she's been very active with the Moose Deer Point for many years. Is their new chief or chief-elect. I'm not sure exactly when the swearing in. I think it already has taken place. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that for everyone's information. Council. Any declarations of pecuniary interest, conflict of interest? Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through your mayor, I have a conflict of interest on a closed session item, which I will declare in closed session and leave the meeting.
Thank you. And I also will myself declare that I have a conflict in that I am a member of the Lions Club and they are presenting today. I will remain in my seat during the presentation, but if the discussion ever gets into any details one way or another, then I will turn the chair over to Councillor Cooper at that time. And with that, we're going to start with a deputation, Health Human Resources Task Force funding request from the Muskoka and Area Ontario Health Team. And Greg Stevens, who I believe I see online, is the Director of Operations. And Mr. Stevens, can I turn it over to you, please?
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. And I think hopefully you also see Dr. Sarah McKinnon from Sunbridge Medical, and also David Gravel from that. He's our actual HHR recruiter. Do you see him on the screen? I can't see them, and they're part of the presentation as well.
Could you please repeat the name we're looking for?
Yeah, so it should be David Gravel and also Dr. Sarah McKinnon.
Well, we're looking at our, I'll call it guest list, and they're being moved over.
Fantastic. And I believe I have the opportunity to share directly. So we have a bit of a presentation. And first of all, thank you for letting us come forward to make the deputation. We really appreciate it. As a bit of a background, hopefully people can see the actual slides. Can people see the slides okay? I just want to be sure. I think that's a go. So there's a couple things just to go through a bit of a background. Mayotte created an HHR task force, and the HHR task force, Health Human Resource Task Force, pulls together leadership from primary care, the hospital, municipalities as well, to start to look at HHR needs, specifically focused in on physician and NP during their initial run. We did determine by the HHR task force in itself, we see a shortage of physicians across Muskoka and Omeguin Ontario Health Team, and it's acute in nature. And so they decided at that time to put together a budget to hire a HHR recruiter, which is David Gravel, and provide a budget such that the recruiter can work directly in partnership with providers, practices to actively recruit physicians and NPs into the community. And this is, I think, one of the key things here. It's a real partnership that gets established between the recruiter and the physician practices, because it's the practices that determine who their partners will be and will be for the long run, which is really critical. So after the 3-year term expires this year. And so we're looking for support from both municipalities who run on a calendar year, and also providers in themselves who run on a fiscal year that's April to March. So we are approaching, which is actually in the schedule, all municipalities within Mayotte to ask for support. And this request has been put through by the HHR task force members in themselves. They see the continued need for the HHR recruiter, and also for the direct support of local practices to go able to recruit and retain physicians and NPs in the community. If we just do a very simple analysis and start to look at how many people have been in practice in Mayotte by type. For physicians, 26% of our current family physicians have been in practice for 30 years plus. The second piece, 18% of nurse practitioners have been in practice for 20 years plus. This is, of course, implying upcoming retirements, and doesn't even take into account future growth for the area. So it looks like this will continue to be acute for the next little time period. If we look at what is happening now in our patient wait lists, we have 4 different wait lists that are across Mayotte today. There's the South Muskoka wait list with 13,000 individuals asking for to be connected to a family physician. In the Huntsville and area wait list, we have 5,176, and they've also opened up an unattached patient clinic. For Healthcare Connect, which is the provincial program, you have 1,325. You'll see this being a lot lower. One of the requirements for joining Healthcare Connect, if you were a resident, was that you drop your physician that you currently have associated with. So for instance, if you moved up to the Huntsville area or another area and you came from the GTA, but you had a physician, to go on the Healthcare Connect list, you would actually have to drop your physician. So we see low take up. For Burkes Falls, another area, we have 650 folks on that wait list. So combined, we have quite a total. We are working on an integrated wait list. In other words, a single wait list across the region. So you may have duplicates. People might have signed up for multiple lists as they're looking for physicians. But either way, it's still a high number as compared to our local population. I'm going to ask Dr. Sarah McKinnon from Sundridge to say what her thoughts and what her needs are and what she's seeing in her practice in terms of HHR recruitment. Sarah?
And thank you for having me here today. When Greg asked for a member of the physician or nurse practitioner group to come forward, I put my hand up because I'm from Penetang originally, and I cottaged in Honey Harbor for years, and I actually worked at Georgian Bay Islands National Park for a few years before getting into medical school. Some of you may know my dad, Bob McKinnon. He's a retired judge and lawyer from the Georgian Bay area. In Sundridge, where I have now been for the past 21 years, we were facing significant physician and nurse practitioner shortages. At one point, it was myself and one other nurse practitioner for several thousand patients. And through the help of the MAOHT recruiter, we have been able to fill physician gaps, to fill nurse practitioner gaps, to get support for our holidays and vacations through replacement doctors. David has involved us with, and previous recruiters have involved us with more teaching roles so that we can develop future pathways to make sure that we are bringing um, new trainees into our area so that we have an ongoing pipeline of people who want to work in Sundridge, but also in Muskoka and Almaguin. And we have also had one of our physician candidates come from a program called Practice Ready Ontario, where that physician was or is a foreign trained family physician who, through a series of education and mentorship, is now working in our clinic in Sundridge. So, through a series of opportunities, heavily assisted by the Muskoka and Almaguin Ontario Health Team recruiter, we are seeing success in Sundridge, and our wait list has gone down significantly. In fact, we there's not a wait to get into our clinic right now if you live in our catchment area. And so I did want to come and talk to you because I feel that investment in this recruiter position is incredibly important and that it benefits even the smallest community because we are one of the smallest groups that belongs to the MAOHT and they have invested in us. And I wanted to make sure that, and we are also the furthest north. So we are a border community between a variety of different groups, and yet they have still given us the attention and the care that we need to be successful.
Thanks, Sarah. So I'm going to move quickly through the slides because I really like to take some questions from the council. But one of the key things is current opportunities. The ministry and Ontario Health has indicated there is Dr. Jane Philpott in the primary care action team. And the second part of that is major investments will occur in primary care. Numbers continue to increase, 1.85 billion at the time that we published this slide, and I think it's a little over 2 billion. And what that means is they're putting capacity into primary care, expansion of teams, and what we've heard through Mayot, through Ontario Health, is that each community will be given the opportunity for an expansion. Fantastic, but it also means you need people, and you need to be able to recruit to fill the positions as you go. So we also have a primary care network. Dr. McKinnon is also part of that network, is on the leadership team. In other words, they're getting support to be organized cohesively across Mayot to provide direct assistance to what is needed, and it comes from physicians themselves. And so this is a key component. Dr. McKinnon also mentioned about Practice Ready Ontario, and not only did she get a candidate in her actual practice, but we saw that in other practices within Mayot. In fact, we were quite aggressive to get candidates. We saw it as an opportunity. And at the end of the day, we got 6 candidates from the group that came up during that time period. We're indicating there's 100 net new coming up in 2025. We'd love to get more. We do know it's taxing on providers. There is training involved, substantive training that's required to do so. And so that is a good avenue that we want to tap into. The recruiter directly assists in that kind of activity. Oh, sorry, I see Councillor Bocek has a question.
I would like, if you would like to complete your presentation, and then I'll turn it over to council if they have any questions, please.
Fantastic. Without going into a lot of detail, there's new medical graduates and there's a pipeline to it. The recruiter is key in partnership with physicians to make sure that we get our share of folks that want to come back to the communities they came from. And the last piece is the Ontario Physicians Recruitment Alliance. You're starting to see this is more acute in rural areas. And so what you're seeing is people getting together and we're getting economies of scale. So instead of sending out our recruiter to an international setting, when they do go out to an international setting, it represents multiple areas and all folks are chipping in, which gives you economies of scale as compared to one community trying to entice folks from Britain or international sites. We see a big piece. So coming back to David himself, what does it take? We're extremely pleased to have David on board. He has 20 years of experience. He knows what it takes to build relationships and form long-term relationships with our local practices so that the partners meet their needs as we're ongoing. Of course, with 20 years experience, he does come with, he knows what it takes to actively recruit and to support, and he knows how important it is to actually recruit the right candidate where it's the right fit. This is key. So I'm going to take a moment to introduce David. Thank you, David, for coming, and I'll stop sharing the screen so you can see who he is. And David, if you want to walk through your portions of the deck outlining the key areas that you see that you provide to support, that would be fantastic.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for having us. Like Sarah, I'm actually a Georgian Bay resident. I live in Penetanguishene. I actually spent most of my vacation, 10 days, in your beautiful township on our boat. So that's why you might see I got a bit of a suntan or burn. So I've been doing physician recruitment for about 20 years. 16 of it was actually in Midland and Penetanguishene, serving the southern Georgian Bay area. It's really interesting. I've come almost full circle. When I started in Midland, Penetanguishene, serving the southern Georgian Bay community, but a third of our population was without a family doctor. I'm now working with Muskoka Algonquin Family Ontario Health Team, and about a third of our community, our large community, is without a primary care practitioner. So lots of work to do. One of the things that my 20 years of experience has brought me is that I know how to create a pipeline. I already have a pipeline. We've been extremely active over the first 6 months. And just so you know, I only started in December. Been really active, making sure that our 2 hospital sites in Bracebridge and Huntsville were fully staffed for the summer. So we are not, in the news, making news about hospital closures, ER closures, things like that. No, we were actually very stable this summer and still are heading into the fall. Been traveling a lot this spring and early summer to recruitment fairs. I've been to the United Kingdom. I've been to the U.S. I'm heading off to the U.S. Again in October. And as Greg mentioned, we've got this Ontario Physician Recruitment Alliance. They are actually in Kansas City this past weekend, talking to future medical students and residents interested in returning back to Canada. As you may know, a number of Canadians do their training in the U.S. We don't have enough medical school spots in Canada, so they actually go to the Caribbean, then go into the U.S. for their residency. We are now telling them that they can come home and there is a natural pathway to come home. If you don't follow me currently on social media, please do. I'm very active on Facebook and physician groups on Facebook and on LinkedIn. I'm actually where the physicians are looking for opportunities. And Greg already mentioned about Practice Ready Ontario and the Primary Care Action Team, which as recruiters, we are heavily involved with the Primary Care Action Team to basically align our strategies so that we're working in parallel and concurrently with Ontario Health and the Ministry of Health. Some early successes we've had is, 15 new practitioners. 6 of those were Practice Ready Ontario candidates last year. We took a big chunk out of that. We actually have 1 more Practice Ready Ontario person starting in October in Bracebridge. Part of my role, though, is, creating that community engagement. Much of what I did in Midland and Penetanguishene, I'm doing now in the Muskoka communities, is getting to know the physicians and the nurse practitioners, the hospital leaders, the economic development officers, which are critical to what I do. I've been on the lunch circuit or breakfast circuit with Rotary. I actually even tapped into the William S. Monk Healthcare Fund, and they gave us another $20,000 to support us to do specifically go down to the U.S. to target the United States due to their, the political issues down there, to see if Canadians wanted to get out of that system and come back to the single payer system here in Canada. So lots of experience doing what I do, and I think that's going to bode well as I always say, if we're recruiting for today, that means we're in crisis. So I'm recruiting for today, but I'm also recruiting for tomorrow. So to create a pipeline of candidates so that when we have someone that becomes orphaned, that those patients when someone retires, no one becomes orphaned. That's kind of my goal, is to kind of maintain the status quo and then build and build and build so that we can take people off, the 20,000+ that are on that wait list. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to potentially working with Georgian Bay Township to make sure that everyone in the entire Muskoka Amalgam region has a family doctor now and in the future.
Thanks, David. So just to give a quick excerpt from the first round, we've got a list of the townships and towns that provided funding. We are going around to each. So far, Almaguin Health Council has recommended approval to go ahead. the town of Huntsville has already given a recommendation or approval for budget submission, as you see here. This is for a 3-year funding cycle. We've also got the Lake of Bays who said yes to the same. We're hoping that I think the first time it was presented to the Township of Georgian Bay, approval wasn't granted at that point in time. But we're hoping that the township will join in offering support, and that David can offer direct support to be able to recruit physicians in your area. We're seeing a lot of success, and without going through the rest of the deck, because I think it's important to take questions, you'll see items around the task force itself, who's involved, the key things that they drive, what they need, and also on PCN in itself, which is another big piece. I think, Dr. McKinnon, we're seeing more and more involvement by primary care, which is better for all of us. We see recruitment in primary care impacts the tertiary, such as hospitals. If you clog up primary care, then automatically you see emerge room visits increase dramatically, etc., and you see the pressure. So capacity in primary care is key. And so I'll stop there and appreciate the opportunity to present to council, and we're more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilor Bochek's had his hand up for a while, so why don't we start with him?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Coates here. Just a couple of notes. First off, I'm going to wear my district hat and say that, the job that's being done in the corridor area, Gravenhurst, Bracebridge, and Huntsville, I think has been very successful. Of course, the amount that's going to happen up in Huntsville with the scheduled building of a new hospital up there. But the rest of Muskoka seems to suffer outside of that corridor area. And secondly, the southern half of Georgian Bay Township is really serviced by Simcoe County. I know my family doctor, Dr. Freiberger, is in Coldwater. Many people in southern Muskoka, especially eastern or southwestern Muskoka, use Simcoe County hospitals. The doctors are in Port McNichol, Coldwater, etc. We do have a new doctor at Moose Deer Point, which quite a few people from the south are heading up to Moose Deer Point and using that doctor. But all in all, I think we're going to be approached by Simcoe County and be asked for funding because the majority of our population does use the Simcoe County utilities. And I'm really wanting to speak with Sandy Carnes Barnes at the district, who sits on the Simcoe Muskoka Health Board, and get some more input from her. But I'm afraid that, being the fact that the concentration of funding would go to the corridor to our east, and that perhaps we wouldn't be able to utilize a lot of the funding that would be provided by Georgian Bay Township. And in addition to that, the folks in the northern part of our township, I believe, use the facilities in Parry Sound and use the hospital in Parry Sound. So I'm not sure that the value is there for the township to invest in this, although it is very important. I think we're going to be hit by Simcoe County for a similar type of recruitment. So just my thoughts as being a permanent resident in Port Severn and southern Georgian Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up on that. I went to your website, and you have a little map, a geographical region, and I find that map very interesting and puzzling because it looks like it might tickle our township at MacTier Corner. It's not at all clear. But then down, and what I'm guessing is around the Bala area, you have it's like a claw effect design. And I'm really curious as how your territorial boundaries they aren't based on my sense of geography. They're not based on political boundaries or municipal boundaries. Where did those boundaries come from?
Yeah, funny enough, when oats were first developed, they looked at patterns. So rather than a geographic pattern, like you're saying, they looked at usage. So they looked at population usage. So prior, I was in the Ministry of Health, and you have full access to health data. So you have full access to billing data. So what you had was physicians kind of associated or signed up to an oath or were acting as collaborating partners. And based on that, they looked at primary care and then they said, well, where's the usage? And so they started to build areas around it. So you don't see it like in the Lynn days, a geographic boundary that fits, municipal boundaries are split into four. It's basically driven by usage for the population that sit in the area and how they're using the services as a rough proxy.
I'm going to make one additional comment to that before I hand it over to Councillor Cooper, and that is that part of the difficulty that we've always had with the data kept by the province is they base it on the address of your OHIP card.
Mm-hmm.
And as your colleagues know, in the township of Georgian Bay, 85+% of our residents are seasonal, so that when they go to, in most cases, as Councillor Bocek said, when they go to Midland or they go to Perry Sound, because that's where the ambulance is going to take them, because that's the closest hospitals, they're checked in as though they came from Newmarket, where we know darn well they came from an island in Georgian Bay. So that data is complete, if I can put it that way. And anyway, and I think that's a concern that you may hear a little more before we end this, is that we don't go to the hospitals in Bracebridge and Huntsville other than a very rare exception. And the district has now accepted that based on geographical measurements, and so that is why we're more concerned about recruiting doctors that we can access. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And oh my goodness, why have we got an echo here?
I can hear you, but it was just a slight echo.
They're both closed. That sound. This one. Oh, that one. Another one.
It's our investment in special effects that sometimes.
So sorry about that. There's so many different places where there's a microphone. It's kind of fun. Anyway, just wanted to say, sort of reinforce what Councillor Bocek and the mayor have said, and that is just reinforcing to you that our community generally is seasonal, about 83%, 85%, something like that. And I know on coastal Georgian Bay, 12 Mile Bay down through Port Severn, where there's a fairly significant population, those people would access the most accessible hospitals, and nothing in the Muskoka corridor is as close as either Perry Sound in the north for some, or GBGH in Midland, or Royal Vic in Perry, Aurelia. Like all those locations are where we would go. If I'm on an island in Georgian Bay, I'd get in my boat if I was taking somebody to the hospital, and I'd go down to Midland or Penetang and drop them off with an ambulance at the docks, and that's where you get your service. So I'm not sure there's a big connection here for our community, generally speaking. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to say thank you very much, all the three of you, for making your presentation.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just jump in for 1 second, kind of close the loop for council. I think a lot of the comments that I've heard, and I heard this when I was in Midland too, was that it's all about hospitals, right? My role is nothing to do with the hospitals per se, in the sense that I recruit for primary care, physicians who will see people to keep them out of hospital. So whether you're supporting our program in terms of Mayotte, in terms of my services, or the recruiter in Aurelia, Melanie, or the recruiter in Midland, Usman, We all work collaboratively together to create wins. So whether you're so I would take the hospital component out of it. I know everyone sees hospital as primary healthcare. Primary healthcare happens in the community. I'm currently recruiting for the community of Port Carling, which doesn't have a hospital, but it has a community clinic, right? So we can have someone there who can see people. Like most of their residents as well are seasonal as well, right? So I think when you look at who you're supporting, make sure that at least one of us, whether it's Usman and Midland, Melanie and Aurelia, who handles cold water, or myself, you're supporting someone because together a win is a win is a win. And your residents, whether they're seasonal or permanent, need access to primary health care. The other services that I provide is I work with the economic development officers. If your municipality at some point decided they wanted to have a municipal run medical clinic, NP clinic, physician clinic. That's where you can utilize my services to create a business case to make that happen, right? So that's kind of where my experience comes in. So I know you're talking about hospital focus. I know Georgian Bay Township really well. I'm your neighbor. I'm actually live in Penetanguishene and have spent a lot of my time in your community. This is about primary care and not focused on hospitals per se.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that extra information. But with that, I'm going to say thank you to all three of you for coming and joining us this morning. And we appreciate the information, and we will duly consider it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right. We're going to go next to the delegations section of our meeting. And the first delegation we have scheduled is for integrated watershed management, excuse me, for the District of Muskoka and Glenn Cunningham, Manager Watershed Programs. I see you are here in person, sir. And you've been set up and ready to roll, so we'll turn it all over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the remainder of council. My name is Glenn Cunnington. I'm the Manager of Watershed Programs at the District of Muskoka, and I'm here to speak with you this morning about integrated watershed management in the region. Over the last few decades, there's been a steady increase in the frequency and duration of issues that we're facing within the region. These events are linked to a globally changing climate and take the form of flooding events, extensive personal public property damage, wildfires, economic stressors like inflation, changing and declining workforces, declines in water quality, and struggles with housing and homelessness. As individuals serving our communities, we are facing these issues head on, and they can feel overwhelming at times. I know that I work on a small team, and there's often, we just feel like these issues are too big to tackle. And when we chatted about it, we've realized that the only way that we're going to be able to face these issues head on is to come together and support each other. We certainly aren't going to be able to do it by working the same. Sorry, my clicker is not clicking. There we go. Oh, perfect. We certainly aren't going to be able to do this by continuing in the same path that we have in the past. Integrated watershed management offers us a unique opportunity to address these issues in a more comprehensive way. Integrated watershed management, or IWM at its core, is collaborative, it's holistic, it's adaptive, it's evidence-based. It's about the environment, economy, and society. It's about working together to share knowledge and resources and experiences to better the lives of those within the Muskoka River watershed. Integrated watershed management is not about adding additional layers of bureaucracy. It's not about reducing or taking away autonomy of individual municipalities, and it's not intended to result in additional financial strain. IWM can eventually lead to a watershed management plan or a larger framework to direct actions within the region. But we're not there yet. We're at the beginning stages, and we need to take the first steps to come together for the betterment of the people that we serve. Today, the district has proposed an interim approach to having interested municipalities and First Nation communities come together at a staff level to begin to discuss how we can work together and what issues should be addressed and how we might go about addressing them. To date, we've had 10 of the 15 municipalities pass resolutions agreeing to participate in some form of integrated watershed management working group. Next week, the district has delegations booked at AMO with the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks to speak about having the province participate in an integrated watershed management initiative in the region. And so I would encourage this council to consider adopting a resolution or passing a resolution to direct staff to participate in this group if the council feels that this would be beneficial for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate a presentation that gets to the point. Council, Councillor Bocek, your hand's up first.
Hopefully I'll get this right. Thank you, and thank you very much for doing the presentation. Of course, we know each other from the District of Muskoka and have had some great discussions up at the District of Muskoka. As a past member of SSEA and a member of the Muskoka Watershed Council, I've always had the question of how much of the integrated management has an effect on the Township of Georgian Bay, and how much of the waters, rivers, etc., from the Muskoka watershed come through our township, which would obviously have to empty into Georgian Bay, and what percentage of that would be as opposed to the rest of Muskoka, which may be an answer that needs to come at a further date. But my real interest is that with my findings through SSEA, they cover a fairly good portion of the southern end of Georgian Bay Township, but perhaps the integrated water system would address the issues on the northern side. How could you relate to that or speak on that? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a great question. You are correct that within the Muskoka River watershed, it's only a small portion of it that is in the Township of Georgian Bay. But that being said, it's actually a very important portion of it because you are the downstream receiver. You're at the bottom end of the watershed. So everything that goes on in the upper portions of the watershed comes down and moves through the Township of Georgian Bay before emptying into Georgian Bay proper. And so when we look at how an integrated watershed management approach might affect the Township of Georgian Bay, you are correct, it would have more impacts on the northern portions. However, the intent of the watershed plan or how we would address the issues isn't necessarily just to say that the only application would be in the Muskoka River watershed. Certainly policies that would have benefit from a water quality or development perspective in the Muskoka River watershed would also have applications for the remainder of the township.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Council, any other comments or questions on this? Councillor Cooper, please.
Let me see if we can make this work. There we go. It's exciting. Yes, thank you for the presentation, and I certainly support the activities of the Watershed Council, and particularly you raised a very specific point, which is that the Township of Georgian Bay and the inland lakes, but even in addition, Georgian Bay itself is almost sort of the end of the stream, so to speak, and everything that happens east of us ends up in the west, or could. So it's rather important that there's proper management in Muskoka. When I look at the actual watershed management and testing and so on that goes in the Township of Georgian Bay by the Watershed Council and the water testing generally, I just want to make a comment about that, is that I see a number of locations, but the frequency is sometimes only once a year. And so I'd like to hear what you have to say about how that could be meaningful, one test a year. Could you comment? Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, that's an interesting question. So just a point of clarification. It's not Watershed Council that does the water quality monitoring. It's actually the District of Muskoka. The District of Muskoka is the one that has the long-standing, we've got about 40 years of water quality data. And to your point about the one sample a year, so the district's water quality monitoring program is focused on long-term trends in water quality and not necessarily spikes or individual occurrences. So we don't monitor things like E. coli or bacteria that tend to be much more transient or will have spikes throughout the year. We're looking for long-term trends to inform our development policy. So we want to see long-term trends in things like calcium. We want to see long-term trends in phosphorus. We're looking now at adding in chloride or salt to our programs. And so the rationale for why we only sample once a year is really because we're looking at that. We want to sample in the spring during turnover when the conditions within the lake are most representative of what's going on long-term. And so that's why we're sampling once a year. If we were interested in looking at hotspots or things like that, then there would be a different program to look at multiple samples throughout the year. I hope that answers your question.
Steve, you've answered the intent of your program. I'm not convinced that it's terribly helpful having one test a year, regardless of who's doing it. We're not seeing, I think, an appropriate level of testing. So I just wanted to comment. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, and thanks for coming. I'm reading ahead of in the agenda here, and I see that we have a resolution where it says we're going to resolve that we, in principle, support pursuing the integrated water management approach, and I think that's a no-brainer. The next point is that staff be directed to participate. So my question is, what skills do the staff need, and what amount of participation are you looking for? What is the time implication? So we have a better understanding of what that staff person might be asked to do.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a great question. So we're not looking right now, as from a staff perspective, at any intensive time. We're thinking that it might be a couple of meetings a year kind of thing. Likely virtual, just to cut down on travel, given that the watershed is 5,100 square kilometers. And we don't, we're drawing people from Haliburton area and all the way over here to Georgian Bay and the archipelago and Seguin and that. So initially, my sense is that we'll probably have one or two meetings to create a framework so that we understand how we're working together. And municipalities working together can be kind of messy because we have to look at if we have elected officials in the room, are we now forming an accidental district council meeting or Haliburton council meeting, those kinds of things. So the intent was to keep it at a staff level. Ideally, it would be staff that are at a level where they're dealing with potentially, directors from planning or engineering and public works, those kinds of things where it's the operations and the sort of the strategic planning level is more or less where I would assume that we would be looking for from a staff perspective. People don't need to be experts in ecology or integrated watershed management. We're really just looking for them to be experts in what they do in their day-to-day work.
So does that mean they have understanding of water?
It could be water. It could be, again, from a development perspective, it might be that you're assigning planners so that they can come and talk about their issues that they're having with official plan policies or development pressures that they're having. It might be folks from engineering and public works that are coming forward and they're talking about issues that they're having with flood preparedness, or they're worried about what are they going to do about wildfires when we end up with a wildfire, those types of things.
Okay, so what I was wrestling with was when I first read it, it seemed like there could be a benefit to have someone, for example, we have staff have, council has assigned individual council members to sit on SSEA and the Muskoka Watershed, yes, the Muskoka Watershed Council. So you're suggesting that those roles and that participation aren't necessarily relevant for what you're looking for?
if I'm understanding what you're saying, those individuals that you're talking about, are they elected officials or are they staff members?
Elected.
Elected. And so for this step right now, I think we're intending to focus more on staff level rather than elected officials.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just a comment. I'm thinking that all the comments I've made so far, we're downstream from everything that sort of gets created in Muskoka area and in that whole watershed area. So I think we could ill afford not to be participating at the staff level, just to allow for that communication to move back and forth easily, and so that we're better aware of what's going on. And I appreciate the comments I made. I presume I'm clear, and if anything I've just said is in conflict with what you've just said, say so, but I think we can ill afford not to be participating in this.
Thank you. I guess I have a couple of thoughts and comments, and one is, yes, absolutely sensitive to the downstream nature of the whole watershed, and it ends up here before it hits the actual bay of Georgian Bay. But also very conscious of the fact that it's a strip through the middle of our township, and we got other watersheds and some watersheds that are actually Georgian Bay watershed as opposed to a river system, and so that I'm sure our interest would include what can this integrated watershed management, to what degree can we make it integrated watersheds management, if I can make emphasis on that S. And so I know our staff are quite sensitive to that. And council, with your indulgence, as Councillor Hazelman pointed out, later on in our agenda, there's actually a motion, and the entire report behind that motion is the motion, and full stop. So with your indulgence, I'm going to actually, and as long as the clerk doesn't elbow me, I'm going to read the motion and take the vote on it, and then we'll get back to our regularly scheduled programming. So I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Whereas integrated watershed management or IWM, is a modern approach to environmental management which integrates information and decisions made to achieve collective watershed-wide goals. And whereas management of the Muskoka River watershed requires coordination between the provincial government, regional and local watershed municipalities, First Nations, and environmental stakeholders, and whereas one of the next steps in bringing in IWM approach to watershed is to form a Muskoka River watershed IWM staff working group. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay supports, in principle, pursuing an IWM approach to the Muskoka watershed, and that staff be directed to participate as a member of the Muskoka River Watershed Consortium, and that this resolution of support be circulated to the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Muskoka Watershed Municipalities and First Nations. All those in favor? And you got unanimous support for that. Thank you very much. Okay, next, the Baxter Ward Lions Club.
I'm just going to pull up my notes here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, town staff, and members of the public joining us today. My name is Catherine Brown, and I am the president of the Baxter Ward Lions Club. To my right is no stranger to all of you, Beth Heinzman, the founding president of the Baxter Ward Lions Club. And we are representing the Baxter Ward Lions Club here today. Recently, we've been informed by a staff member that the Lions Club will no longer have access to the community center without charge. We have been partnering with the township for 5 years, and this news, without warning, consultation, or partnership came as a bit of a surprise to us. Today, we are here to provide council with background on who we are and what we do for the community and how we provide services. We have submitted 2 documents to you, which I think were in your presentation package this morning. And so I didn't bring it with me, or didn't bring my laptop with me, that is. So you should have had time to have a look at that. We have raised over $115,000 for the community in the last 5 years, and we serve the communities of Port Severn, Honey Harbor, and Wabashine. We're providing services that are unavailable in other parts of the township. And really, it is our joy and pleasure to do so. We love to provide these services to the community, and we have an amazing team of about 25, 26 Lions this year that our community group is growing. We help support the food bank, services for seniors, support for children through events and programs. And for the 18 months, January 2024 to June of 2025, we had a collective 2,479 community service hours within our little group. We meet the second Wednesday of each month for 2 to 3 hours, and we have special events from time to time. We have asked for space on November the 16th, for example, for a regional Lions training event. So the things that we do within the community help support everyone in the community, and we are here to ask for your support in allowing us to use space for our meetings and our once in a while special events. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's any questions or discussion on this matter, I'll ask Councillor Cooper to chair that portion of the meeting. If you, okay, you're not quite available, we'll go to Councillor Hazelton for this. How's that? Sorry, Councillor Hazelton, if you don't mind recognizing Councillor Bocek and Fred Coe, so that I am not seen as somehow trying to interfere with the conversation. I'm sorry, I've never seen him before. Who are you?
I don't recognize you. Okay, recognizing Councillor Predko. In that case, Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I want to thank you both for coming here and doing your delegation this morning. I've had the opportunity to hear this once before at your dinner in Wabashine when you assumed the position of president. And I know the great work that the Lions Club does, especially at the Baxter Ward Community Center. And for those that don't know, some things as simple as a bottle drive, you know, to get funds to help our community. So I've seen the good work that you've done over the years, and as a counselor, I really appreciate what you've done. And just from the simple things like having a barbecue for social groups and things like that. So I wish to see you continue. And I think that not charging the Lions for things like the community center and other things is very important to this community. So I personally support what you have to say to us today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, temporary chair. I just wanted to, also commend the Lions on the work they do. For transparency and disclosure, I am a Lions member in MacTier, so I don't want to show a bias towards Lions in general, but I know that the issue of waiving fees has come up this year for a number of different organizations, and my comments are, I think, more broadly focused on not just Lions but other organizations, and I think that the township as a whole needs to review our policy around fees for community organizations that benefit, and look at giving staff delegated authority to waive fees for some of these organizations to a certain percent, so that it's not, we're not trying to always evaluate the value and benefit of the organization and the fees that we're trying to waive. I don't want to say too much more about Lions in specific, because I do think I'm going to tread a fine line here in terms of my impartiality, and I may actually recuse myself from the vote if we get to a vote. But I just wanted to talk generally about fees and the fact that I think we need to approach it with a delegated authority. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you through you, Chair, temporary chair. interim chair, whatever chair it is. While I am not a member of the Lions, I am a fan of community groups, particularly volunteer community groups that are a benefit to the community. And I think it's wonderful that you guys got it started back up in this area, and I think it's run very, very well, all in line with the comments that have already been made. I do have a question. What is the amount that is being proposed that you be charged for use of the Baxter Ward Community Center? Do we know?
haven't been given a specific amount. We
Okay.
haven't been told what that would be.
Mara, maybe, yeah.
Through you, I don't know what to say. Councilor Hazelton, temporary chair. So the cost would be $1,379 for the year. So that's once a month for the year. They are already, that is with the 30% discount because they would be treated as a community group as opposed to a commercial. The cost for staff time would be $746. So if the fee was 100% waived, there would be a cost still for that time that would not then be covered in budget.
So, and that was per month, correct?
Pardon?
That was per month?
No, that's for the whole year.
The year, okay. So it's an annual cost of just over $1,000, of which 700 plus would be staff time.
Correct.
I've got that right? Okay.
Is it
just curious, okay.
Plus or subset? Is that 700 plus the 1,079?
No, so $1,379 will be the cost charged to the Lions Club.
Right.
The cost for staff time, provided there's no damage or anything along that line, which I think we can trust would not occur, would be $746. So about 60% of the cost of what we're charging. If we look at what other municipalities are doing, Perry Sound, for example, gives 30% discount to service clubs. Bracebridge gives 15%, and Gravenhurst, similar to us, charges service clubs the non-commercial fee.
Okay, and my only other question then, just to, again, to Mara, if it's all right, that $700 of staff time is for what?
That is for getting the room set up. That is for cleaning it and disinfecting it prior to their arrival. It is for cleaning up and cleaning the washrooms after their arrival. For making arrangements for the key, for any administrative.
Thank you. Appreciate that information. Just curious. Again, you're talking to a big fan. Yes. Sorry.
I'm not sure the protocol either. Do I say through you?
But sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. We don't require setup. We set our own room up. We put the chairs back when we're finished. President Beth had a key, so there was no opening or closing required. The washrooms are cleaned on the regular, not before and after our use. We only use the little room in front of the kitchen where the fireplace is. I'm not sure that the $700 is an accurate amount that would be required to clean up after us. There's definitely no sanitation done before or after we are there. And I would also say that we take good care of the place. We're good citizens, and the $1,000 or the $1,300 that would be required is just money that's not going to go back to the community if it has to be paid. We would have to look for other space.
So thank you for that, Councillor Jarvis. Any more?
Good, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cooper.
Would you prefer your worship? No. Your lordship? Your
Well,
chairness?
I have a picture at home called Lord Hazelton that my son prepared.
Well, let me bow down to that and move on. Thank you for your presentation here, and I certainly support your work. This is going to sound a little bit off the wall, but I'm just curious. When was your organization founded?
So the Baxter Ward Lions Club, the communities of Honey Harbor and Port Severn and Waubauchene have had Lions clubs in the past, but the current club was founded 5 years ago. We just had our charter year charter dinner in June, there was a lot of community partnership with the township, with Jennifer and others, when the club was founded. And we are actually very proud of the work we've done in the last 5 years under the leadership of President Beth.
And I'm agreeing with that completely. I support that. I just wanted to maybe point out to you that Baxter Ward was dissolved 11 years ago. There's no such thing.
We would
so
love
the
to
name
change
you
our name
have
to
is
Southeast Georgian Bay Lions Club, but we were told that when we were chartered that it was to be the Baxter Ward Lions Club through our sponsors.
You were told, sorry?
So there's by our sponsors in McTier.
No, it was voted on. I don't like the name either.
Yeah. We would like to change our name to the Southeast Georgian Bay Lions Club.
That'd be wonderful because it's just grates me a little bit because we did create a new ward system that's excellent, and the Baxter ward was basically a mindset that the people from Baxter ward managed the entire township, and no, that isn't the case.
I would concur.
Thank you.
So rather than continuing discussion, what I have observed here is that we don't have a resolution on our agenda for us to pass action. So our clerk has effectively and efficiently created a resolution that we should consider, and the resolution reads, Council directs staff to prepare a report regarding the Baxter Ward Lions Club request to have rental fees waived for their meetings. So we need a process here that we need to go through. So that is a resolution that we can put on the floor. I need a mover and a seconder. So I will have Councillor Jarvis as a mover and Councillor Bocek as a seconder. And what this would do would then trigger staff to bring back a report to council from which we can then take action, because right now we just have a delegation. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can I have a vote? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Could you hand that back to?
Thank you very much, ex-chair Hazelton. All right, Council. Thank you very much again, Councillor Hazelton. And we're now going to go to the consent agenda. I didn't even count up how many items are on the consent agenda, but a whole bunch. Might be 11 or is there even, okay. All right. So at the first, we're going to remove item 7H for separate discussion, request to waive facility fees. And on the other items, is there anything that anyone wishes to hold or discuss? Well, then I'm going to say moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the consent agenda of August 11th, 2025 as circulated, but excluding item 7H, request to waive facility fees. All those in favor? All right, there's 10 items down. Excellent. Now, you're going to take all those. And then now we're going to talk about 7H? No.
We're going to go to open.
We're going to go to open. Okay, let's go to open forum. And I understand we have a number of people here for open forum. And we do it in any particular pattern or just in the order we've given the list to me? Okay. All right.
She didn't have a lot of time this morning, so I'm not sure if she left or if she's just waiting.
All right, one moment, please. Yeah. I just want to confirm whether or not the other person is still available. She was going to do this. All right, Ms. Ribbit. I have you down. And you wanted to speak to, it appears that two different places. Okay. The floor is yours. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council, and staff. There's two items on the agenda I wanted to speak about today. I don't have the agenda, so I'm not sure of the order.
11D is the refresh MacTier, and 11E is food bank coordinator.
So refresh MacTier. There are a few of us that do follow the agendas in MacTier. As you know, MacTier does not have one organization to represent the ratepayers. We had one and it kind of went away many years ago. But one item that came up on the agenda was refresh MacTier. Was very excited to see that staff had raised the issue of the MacTier master plan. Right here, amazing document, incredibly relevant. I noticed that staff raised it several times because areas in MacTier are being looked at as a touch point in many different aspects. Through another report, I see that the CEO is reporting on 3 different properties in the township to look at affordable housing. And one of those properties is addressed in our master plan, which is the property on Muskoka Road. So if that's a property that's being looked at for affordable housing, it's important to note that council you've already approved $104,000 to replace a dilapidated playground structure on that same property. So if that property is looked at for affordable housing, we should be thinking, do we really want to spend another $104,000 to put playground equipment on that property that might go right through the middle of affordable housing? So it makes us realize that we need to bring this plan back out, and it should come back to the community. So that you and staff know what's going on in MacTier before other proposals are thought about. You look at our master plan. Staff is asking for $60,000 to engage an expert to bring MacTier together for our master plan. The people that I've talked to in MacTier say, why are we spending another $60,000? It's great to have it come back, and we ask that you do bring us together as a community and hear what we want to say about this plan. It's still relative. The information is still real. Some things have changed. We lost our bank, we lost our gas station, but the 5 priorities that were approved by council of the day in 2011 have never been addressed, and they're still relevant. The priorities were for a good downtown, the park, the trails, sustainable development. And none of that has really happened. So what we're asking is, the plan is still relevant, the information is still real. Most people are still around that participated in this. We would like you to come through our counselor, maybe our district counselor and staff, to come to MacTier with all the irons in the fire that you're looking at in MacTier, the affordable housing, the watershed. Bring it back so we can compare it to this plan. We don't need a $60,000 expert to come and tell us what we already know. Look at the 5 priorities that have been ignored for the past 14 years. Put it back on the table, and maybe the $104,000 that you booked to tear out the gifted equipment that wasn't safe and has to be replaced, and this $60,000 for the expert, park that for next year. Let's have the town come together, tell you what we want you to look at in this very good plan before we go ahead and spend bad money after bad, especially when this very property that you're talking about is looked at for affordable housing. So I just think that there's not enough, cohesion when it comes to what's going on in MacTier with all the things that are impacting it. So have a town hall meeting, bring us together. We have the staff that can do it. We don't need the expert. Keep the money in the pockets till we know where it should be spent, so we're not spending bad money after bad. So I'm asking that the resolution that's coming forward, asking you to approve $58,000 that might be partially funded by FedNor to bring an expert into MacTier. Please change the resolution to have staff and councillor come to MacTier and listen to us, identify their priorities, and then go forward to find out where the funding is for it. The plan is still viable. It doesn't need to be done again. That's what I'm asking you to consider. Bring it back to the community. Let the community tell you. We don't need an expert to bring in and spend another $60,000. This plan costs about $97,000, just so you know. Spend the money, reprint it, bring 50 copies to MacTier. In 2 days, I've talked to about 70 people who would be willing to come to a meeting. Spend the money, reproduce the document. We already did it. Don't do it again. That is my request to you. So please turn down that resolution, bring it to a community plan. The other, that was that piece. And one thing about just going back to that community plan in MacTier, I noticed that there's a report from finance about a capital project for the MacTier Mrs. C's Park. I don't know if that's another capital project that's going on or if that was supposed to be combined in this quarry consultant for a MacTier master plan design. I don't know. And the other thing was I did see that $20,000 was booked in November for the MacTier master plan, but I don't know what that was for. It was in November. It was supposed to be there, but now it's coming forward at almost $60,000. So I'm not really sure how that came to be. Thank you. There's an item on the food bank. As you know, I'm speaking to you now from the food bank as a member of the Lions. The Lions championed the food bank in MacTier because it was about to fall apart. It had no home. So we championed it, we raised funds, we built it. It cost us about $25,000. We have 2 volunteers that work on it, and they do it. They've got it down to a science. The food bank is open every week. They don't spend a whole lot of time on it. They have it down to a science. Food banks in the district of Muskoka are all run in every municipality by volunteer groups. I'm not sure how they're funded, but they're all run individually. If you go to the district of Muskoka and search food banks, you'll see food banks listed in every municipality, including Georgian Bay. There's only one food bank listed in Georgian Bay, and it's MacTier. The Baxter Food Bank doesn't even show up on the district of Muskoka website. So the concern as a taxpayer is food bank is essential. If it's going to be a core service of the municipality, it needs to be fully vetted and out there. I mean, right now, the food bank is being in Baxter, is being run by staff that makes over $100,000 a year. That's not sustainable. And now staff is recommending hiring another staff to take it over full-time in 2028. Food banks should be looked at that they go away, not that we staff them for the future. I know the Lions, our partner Lions, are asking for space, and you should give it to them and let them take over your food bank. The Lions and our food bank will happily work with organizations, either the Lions or maybe the Chamber of Commerce, to take that over and run it. It's not financially viable for a township to staff a food bank. If it is, then you need to tell them it's going to go away. I think you'll find that most food bank users want to be keen volunteers. If you give them an opportunity, you might find that's where your volunteers are. So I strongly urge you to not consider booking another $10,000 plus expenses for staff time in the future to run a food bank. It's not the way of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One remote participant. Oh, ask questions. We don't normally do that with open forum. Or do you want to? Okay. We've got this. I think we should save the questions until when the topic comes up on our agenda. We might lose it. Yeah. Well, why don't here's my suggestion. We will get to the final open forum individual through, and then we'll skip to the item that was being discussed by our current or just recent open forum individual. So if we could get Ms. Ribbit, Ms. Rivet, are you able to stay for another 10, 15 minutes? Perfect. Thank you very much. We are going to get the final open forum done, and then we're going to go to the topic, one of the topics you spoke to, namely the food bank, and there may be questions. Thank you. Ms. Sellers, I'm going to turn it over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and to Council for allowing this presentation today. My name, as you've said, Connie Sellers. I'm speaking in support of the motion proposed by Councillor Predko to ask the District of Muskoka to initiate a pilot project in Georgian Bay Township to assess the feasibility of remote management and coded access for residents. So who am I? I am a permanent resident at 185 Lagoon Road, Go Home Lake, and I've been on the lake for over 50 years, 17 years of those as a full-time resident. I am a non-practicing pharmacist who has practiced for over 50 years in community hospital, faculty, college, and in research. So the background to this is that Go Home Lake has over 400 cottagers, the majority of which are water access. Lagoon Road, which is where I live, there are 19 residents, 6 to 12 are permanent, changing all the time. Cowie's Road has 15 plus seasonal residents, some permanent. And Go Home Lake Road, which is 6 or 7 permanent or seasonal residents. The issue is that the District of Muskoka has removed the garbage and recycle bins from our marina sites, replacing them with lakeside pickup weekly at restricted hours. Lakeside pickup only applies to water access properties. The road access cottagers have been told that they are able to use the lakeside pickup until the curbside pickup is in place. The majority of Go Home Lakers, as I've said, are water access. The boats to take their, for the lakeside pickup must go through a narrow waterway, and it's a 20-minute boat trip for many from the top end of the lake, which is hazardous and not environmentally friendly. The roadside pickup has been promised to cottagers on the roads, but has not been finalized. As stated by Premier Ford, the overriding mandate of his government is public safety. And I repeat that, public safety first and foremost, and I've heard him say it many times. So I ask each one of you to consider what will be the impact on the environment, and will public safety be compromised? The concern is garbage and recyclables may not be left at the lakeside pickup, but instead left at campsites, which there are a large number, in the water, in the forest. So in fact, it is postulated that the cleanup from this environmental mess will be very costly, not only in dollars, but in public safety and environmental damage, as well as upset to the wildlife. In addition, if cottagers, campers, and residents burn their garbage, that poses an even more serious risk to our township, district, and province. As you know, we have an extreme fire rating at the moment, and this means that there's no fires, be it for warmth or cooking, are allowed. So our council is willing to accept the risk of forest fires in our township and province. The motion proposed by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano, would provide further information on solving the needs of the residents of the township that live on Go Home Lake and 12 Mile Bay Road. So I urge you to pass this motion. It would allow council to make an informed decision on the provision of a facility for garbage and recyclables that is conducive to protecting the environment and the safety of the people that you serve. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that speaking strictly for myself, we have received correspondence from at least 100 fellow residents singing the same song.
Mhm.
So
It's public safety that is the key here.
okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
Council, it is my proposal that we go straight to a couple of the staff reports as a follow-up to the open forums that we've heard, and I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to start with the food bank coordinator position. That is item 11F for our staff reports, and I'm so far behind, I'm not even sure who is actually presenting that report. Commissioner Schneier, that is you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just wonder if I could be promoted in the meeting. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this matter. The food bank has been growing exponentially in Port Severn, and staff have been struggling to keep the food bank going while at the same time maintaining their regularly assigned position. One of the biggest struggles is the organization of the pickup, delivery, drop off, and stocking of the food in advance of the food bank delivery day. The food bank delivery day is very successful with the good help of the Lions Club in Port Severn, possibly to be renamed, and the food bank would not exist without the extraordinary help of this organization who comes and does the weekly the bi-weekly delivery system, knows the clients, is able to make that community connection, as well as be able to really understand the needs of the community. They also make significant donations for personal care items that make the food bank somewhat sustainable. However, the struggle is the pick up, the delivery, the drop off, and we have reached out to the Lions Club to ask them whether they would be interested in a potential for hire opportunity to work to be able to suffice that delivery, pickup, drop off, and the Lions have declined, saying that that isn't really in their mandate, and I completely understand. So our staff right now spend a significant amount of time on this activity, and to be more sustainable in terms of the better use of our staff that are permanent full-time here, we would like to do a contract position for somebody in the community who would be interested in doing that labor-intensive portion of the food bank delivery. So before you is a report asking for service enhancement to be considered in the 2026 budget, so that it's no surprise to you that we would be coming forward with this a little bit later to be able to support this contract position. And Your Worship, that's basically what this report is about.
All right, thank you very much. Council, any questions or comments on this report? Councilor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship. So I do appreciate the need for support of the food banks. And I understand, we do have small food banks, and I think to Ms. Rivet's point, their food banks across the province are managed through volunteer positions, but I think a lot of them do have an executive director or some position at the top that is managing it, that is that could be paid. And I think that's essentially what you're asking for today, is to have a person who is dedicated to making sure that things operate and it doesn't it's not something on the side of somebody's desk that they have to keep it front and center all the time. So I understand the need for having a contract position to try to help manage this. I do also understand, Ms. Rivet's concern about food banks. We should be trying to eliminate food banks, and I 100% agree with that. My concern is the rate of growth that our food bank has seen, especially in the south end of the township. But I would also urge staff, if they are bringing on an external person with a wage, that we resume some discussions with the MacTier Food Bank to try to work more closely together to see what we can do to make sure that the communities are served as best as we can, make them that ongoing concern that we have resources that are unequal for different reasons, both from need and from available services. It would, I think, really help our overall communities if we were able to pool maybe between volunteers and staff effort. But I think coordinated effort somewhere down the road would be beneficial overall to the recipients of the food banks. Thanks.
Through your worship, thank you very much, Councillor Predko. I just wanted to clarify that we're not looking for somebody to executive direct the food bank. We're just looking for a casual support worker to be able to do categorically the grunt work behind the food bank. It is very time consuming and taxing for our permanent full-time staff, and we just find that creates a gap in some of the other services that are supposed to be supported by that position.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'm going to go back to comments made by in the open forum by Louise Ravat, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Lions Club in MacTier and their food bank operations are totally separate from the operations down in this area. Have I got that right?
Through you, your worship, Councillor Jarvis, that is correct.
Do we as a municipality financially support the efforts in MacTier?
To you again, your worship, yes, we do. Through the backpack program, the Slay Hunger program, most recent ice storm recovery program, and also with respect to any type of community grants that we get, we share and support the MacTier food bank financially through those projects.
And they have their own facility up there that they've built and they manage themselves, correct?
That's correct. I recall on council years gone by of a shed that was being created by the Lions.
Then further question, and maybe Louise can answer this. Is there somebody that does deliveries for the Lions up in MacTier?
Excuse me, Ms. Rivet. Nobody online can hear you when you're speaking unless you're talking to the red light.
The patrons of the food bank in MacTier make their way and pick it up themselves. There are also other food banks across the district that do deliver into MacTier, so there are no deliveries made in MacTier.
So there is some delivery that takes place, but not by the MacTier Lions Club themselves?
No, it's from, I think it's Muskoka Lakes comes into MacTier and shares some of theirs as well.
Okay, and was this the concern that you were raising? Was this enhancement proposal on the floor right now? Was that the concern, one of the concerns that you raised, spending this money?
Correct. I'm concerned about the fact that it's a paid position by the township, erosion of taxes, and that the position is forecasted to roll into a full-time position in 2028. That's my concern, is the future of it and the cost. And also, we really should see the true cost to run the food bank. When you add all the staff time into it, it's not just the 10,000, it's the staff time for 2 staff members. I think one is partially shared by the district. So it's costly. So we need to see the true cost of it to find out if it truly is sustainable. Or we need to see the true cost on a line item so people know how much it does cost. Or the alternative is let the people know they're about to lose it and ask them to put the support behind the volunteers so that they can properly run it.
Yeah, and there's also the time put in by the Lions Club volunteers as well, which hasn't been accounted for financially.
We fund it. Our volunteer time is to fund it. And if we do make deliveries if we have to move them. We are there to support the food bank, but there are 2 full-time volunteers that are just volunteers that take care of it without any compensation whatsoever.
My observation is that food banks have become a sad reality in our society, and it's a tough one. As much as we'd like to see them close down and people be able to live reasonable lives on the income they get, it seems to be a fact of life that everywhere we have food banks. I'm very concerned. If we're looking at this area for food bank usage, the community is quite widespread, whereas this is a generality. I may be off base here, but my impression is McTier is a slightly more condensed community, so getting to that center is probably a little easier than people around here getting to the Baxter ward. I think deliveries are probably essential, both areas, one way or the other. I understand the concerns, but as I said, I think it's a sad reality that we have food banks. I don't even know how we're going to get rid of them, based on the way society is evolving around here. Anyway, I appreciate your input. I appreciate the answers to the questions. I think it's a serious concern we've got to address. I'm not even sure how to do that, but thanks.
Yes.
Through your worship, I just need to clarify, when we're talking about delivery of food, we're not talking about delivery of food to the residents who are or patrons of the food bank. We've made it empirically clear to residents and patrons of the food bank that they have to come and get their own food. And we have tried various programs prior to making that ultimate decision. We did have the Lions do some deliveries for us, and we were very gracious and thankful until one delivery went awry and some damage was caused to the volunteer's car. So then we went to Busy Bee Taxi and started a taxi service where residents in specific areas would carpool to the food bank and back, and that ended up being unsustainable and ineffective. What we are talking about is the delivery of food from the grocery stores that are in Midland to the community of Port Severn. So we don't have a grocery store full-time where we can get the supplies that we need to be able to deliver food security through the food bank in Port Severn. In the summertime, we have a really great relationship with the Honey Harbor Town Center, and just this past weekend, the Port Severn General Store provided us with enough dry goods that will likely last us until the end of September as a community food drive. So we are very, very thankful for the community support that's happening. But what we're talking about is the Tuesday before the Wednesday patron pickup. It's a full day for staff to go to the various grocery stores, shop the sales, pick up the orders, bring them to Port Severn, stock the shelves, stock the freezers, and be able to have everything ready for Wednesday when the Lions come in and support our staff to be able to deliver the food. It's becoming too much for our staff to be able to do this.
Appreciate the clarification. I really do. Thanks.
All right, I had Councillor Cooper, and then go ahead, please.
I'll be very brief. I just wanted to say that I sort of echo the comments from Councillor Predko, which were that essentially our staff and the community of McTier should coordinate their activities and work together to come out with a good solution going forward. We still haven't heard certain questions that will be put forth about this matter, but my sense is that cooperation and collaboration between two groups would make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I was going to start off asking Ms. Rivet questions, but apparently this is not a MacTier issue, it's a Port Severn issue, Baxter Ward issue. Am I correct? So do we need the ladies from the Baxter Ward Lions Club as well?
I think if you ask your questions, we'll find the best person to answer them.
Okay, so what I'm very interested and very pleased with, Ms. Rivet, is you talked about volunteerism. And volunteerism is at an all-time low, certainly in our community. But if you have volunteerism that can dig in and do things, I think that's great. And I think we need to find every possible way that we can to prop up and support the volunteers. I am generally not in favor of government stepping in with funded roles when volunteers could do it. And if there was a way that we could accelerate or improve that volunteerism role, I think that would be great. I'm looking at kind of the tasks that are being talked about here, and I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but when I go in my local hometown of Newmarket, the grocery stores will quite happily pick all the orders and make them available. Does that not happen up here in Cottage Country? Like Midland, whatever else, do these stores, like, I'm looking at grocery ordering, grocery pickup, and stock shelving, and I'm thinking the grocery stores will do this. Like, they will take the orders, they will pick them, and they will deliver them. But not up here? Or what am I missing?
So the MacTier Food Bank is independent. There is no opportunity currently for the township to assume the MacTier Food Bank, and it doesn't work that way. So the MacTier Food Bank is a standalone food bank. It has its own bank account, it has its own finances. What we were offering was support to this community to help them grow and maybe bring some life to their food bank to make it a sustainable volunteer operation till it doesn't have to be there anymore. That's the goal. So how we work it.
I'm concerned that we're talking about MacTier where what's in front of us is Port Severn.
No,
what
you just said was the MacTier group are going to help the local Baxter Ward group to become more, that's what I thought I heard, to become more self-sustainable. Is that?
I just think that there should be an alternative to having a municipal run food bank.
100%.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yes.
if you, and maybe the messaging isn't there. It's like, if you're going to, sometimes you don't appreciate something till you're about to lose it. So maybe if they heard that it's not sustainable because we don't have the manpower, volunteers would step up and take it over. The problem is if you don't have a facility, for instance, in MacTier, they were about to lose their food bank because they didn't have a healthy home. There was no option from the municipality didn't step up and say, hey, we'll take that over for you. Let us hire a coordinator for you and we'll give you space. It didn't happen. So
excuse me, you were on our property and then you used the library.
Oh,
for a
I
while,
realize
so
that.
Don't
yes.
make
Oh, I
that
realize that.
Remark.
I'm just saying that, but there was no opportunity for we're gonna, we'll hire a coordinator for you. We had temporary use of the library, then we had to get out. So we were under a timeline to get that place built. It wasn't a forever home. It was temporary. And it's the same as it's great that, we have the Baxter Hall or the library, or if there's some place that you could find a home for them and then it can be completely volunteer run is all I'm saying. My concern and concern of is just, we're staff now we're looking to staff it and hire it and make it a full-time position in 2028. So it's just my concern. What's the appetite as for food service, for food banks as a core service? So if you're going to budget here and accept that, then, for the future, you may have to take it over in MacTier as well. So I'm just thinking, find a way to bring it back to the community.
Yeah, okay.
That's all.
Back to council, please. Council Hazel.
So
I thought we were going to be circling back to this question.
A, your microphone's not on, and B, we are talking about the food bank coordinator position at this point.
Yes, but I think we're talking about the food coordinator position for the Baxter Ward
Yes.
not MacTier, and we
Yes.
were going to circle back to MacTier.
No, we're not circling back to MacTier.
I thought you said that
No,
because we had questions, and you said we wait for the resolution and we could ask the questions.
no. My understanding was that Ms. Rivet was expressing an opinion about the back tier. Now you got me. The Baxter Ward Food Bank, and she was using MacTier as an example to make her point.
Okay, I'll accept that.
So maybe I'm thick this morning, I don't know, but I'm trying to figure out what's really going on here. And if I understand properly, we have a group of within the Lions Club and MacTier who are looking after a food bank. We have a group in Port Severn, Baxter Ward area that are currently being actively supported by township funded staff to do things that it appears are done by volunteers in MacTier. Do I have the picture correct? And what I'm concerned about now is if somebody in MacTier sees that we're spending a bunch of money in Baxter Ward from a staff perspective to do things that we're not doing in MacTier, then from a staff perspective, then MacTier is going to be asking for way more money and staff positions to do things in MacTier, and they've already figured out how to do this with a volunteer basis. So champion, yes, volunteers, great. How do we do what is needed in Baxter with volunteers and not staff? And I don't know the answer to that question, but it seems to me that that is the target objective that we need to be achieving here of how do we prop up and support our Baxter folks to be able to operate in a similar manner to what MacTier has done.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just need to clarify that the resolution, the report that's in front of you does not indicate that we have any interest in a permanent full-time employee in 2028. For the food bank, we're asking for it to be reviewed at the end of 2027 for 2028 to see if the 20 hours per month that we're asking for support needs to continue. The second piece is that it's very difficult for us to assume that volunteers will do more than what they are already committed to volunteer because they are volunteers. And so it's not appropriate for us to be able to assume that we can then have a volunteer-run food bank similar to what's happening in MacTier. When we don't have access to the MacTier financial situation as municipal employees, we don't know for sure if there is or is not a paid employee that is being remunerated in any way in MacTier because we don't have access to the budget, and we have asked over the years several times. There is a person that we use as a contact person that runs the food bank in MacTier. We don't know the remuneration if it is or is not funded. And we have asked many times, at least in my tenure here at the municipality, to be engaged with the behind the scenes budget of the MacTier Food Bank, and we have been told that they prefer to run independent. The third thing is that Councillor, through your worship, Councillor Hazelton did ask whether or not there's a food delivery service in cottage country, and while there may be in other areas of cottage country, it does not exist for our present food bank situation. We pre-order the food that is provided to us at the Walmart and at the Food Basics, that's not the right store, No Frills in Midland. The employees do organize the skids of food that is then picked up by our staff and then returned to the food bank where our staff then stock the shelves. We're not talking about a few bags of groceries, as through your worship, Councillor Bocek can attest to. We're talking about 35 families worth of food that has to be delivered to the Baxter Ward and is currently being done by staff because the volunteers have made the decision that they do not want to be involved in that process, and we have asked them. And we respect that decision because they have provided a significant amount of support on the day that delivery occurs. So I just wanted to clarify those points because it's a bit misleading to suggest that we are asking for a permanent full-time employee. That's not the case. And I do want to recall also to all of council that this used to be provided by the District of Muskoka, and we were in a position during COVID where the District of Muskoka was not willing to come to Port Severn to deliver food security at a time when it was needed the most. And it was the Baxter Ward Lions who came forward and ran the food bank with the support of the municipal staff, completely apart from the District of Muskoka, who were unable to attend at all. This went on for about 9 months. And then at the end of it, we came back to council and asked whether or not we could take this over as a significant cost savings, that through sustainability, we would be able to operate the food bank. We do have people that graduate, and every month we report to you through our senior team reporting that we do have people that graduate from the program and move on, and we're very thankful that this program was available for them when they need it. However, we're also seeing significant numbers, as you see through your worship to Councillor Jarvis. There's nothing we can do to reduce the numbers. This isn't something that's going to go away, especially in these economic times. And so at the very least, we have saved the municipality money by doing it ourselves because we no longer have to pay mileage. We're very cognizant of what we purchase. We tend to buy items on sale. Those bills are being tracked in-house. And because we're local and we're keeping it local, we're able to have successful campaigns like what happened just past weekend when the Port Severn General Store and 2 residents literally filled our shelves with dry goods until the end of September. So we're doing what we can, but I think there's a little bit of an illusion going on about what is really happening.
One more, and then you're done.
So
For now.
sorry, I've forgotten your name, but my question to you is, do you feel that there may be an opportunity to structure your Baxter Ward group similar to what Ms. Rivet has done in MacTier, where you are basically a self-contained operation and can do what you need to do from a food bank standpoint, similar to what is being done in MacTier, or is that not possible?
It's a great question. Counselor, through your worship, I'm copying your words. I'm not sure how to do it. It's a great question. We do have a great number of community projects that we're involved in. And the food bank, as attested to by Jennifer Schneier, during COVID, we did manage the food bank, and it was a daunting task, to say the least. With the size of the number of families that are being served right now, it would require a couple of people to commit much more hours than we do today. So at this point in time, we go bi-weekly Tuesdays. There's 2 Lions that spend 2 or 3 hours helping stock the shelves, and 2 or 3 Lions that go on Wednesday to help distribute the food to the families. We could take it to our Lions group in September when we reconvene, which, as I've just said to past President Beth, might be in my backyard if we don't have anywhere to meet. We'll have to see where that lands, but I have a fair amount of confidence that that would be a job that would be over our heads. I can't say 100% no, we will take it to them, but it would require some Lions to give a significant amount more time and energy, and then I don't know where the funding would come from, because we certainly couldn't fund it.
My preference would be to have you chat with the MacTier team and then come back to council and say, this is what we need to be able to mimic what MacTier is doing, but do it here in the Baxter area. And rather than us arbitrarily say, let's keep going with what we've been doing with staff, I'd rather see the volunteer group come back and say, well, we need X to be able to accomplish this without staff. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I understand what you're saying. I can't confidently say that that would actually happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and I would like to address this based on the Port Severn Food Bank and not involve the MacTier Food Bank as we're going forward here. I can attest that 85% of our population don't live in this township. They're seasonal residents. So that leaves 15% of the residents in order to carry out this. Now, when we have a staff member currently that does this and they're sick or they're on vacation, I know this for a fact because I go to the grocery stores, to the no frills, and I fill the carts and pick everything off the shelves and bring it to the food bank. So we don't have enough volunteer base in the southern part of Georgian Bay. And as far as volunteerism goes, I seem to be the only one. So I fully support this. I think it's a minimal amount as a budget item. It would almost be minuscule as a budget item, and I think it's very well worthwhile that we participate as it's brought forward to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I also am fully in support. I find it interesting that in my conversations with many of our residents, predominantly seasonal over the last couple of months, that of course they complain about taxes because that's what you do. It's just like you complain about the weather. I mean, it's this standard procedure. But I have heard repeatedly how much they are in favor of their tax dollars being used to support the local community when support is needed. And we've seen that in some of our food bank fundraising drives and how generous some of our seasonal residents have been in participating in those drives of one form or another. And to me, I think that the majority of our taxpayers would say, you know, hiring somebody to bring food into our township for those who can't get their own is very good use of our tax dollars. They'd much rather do that than spend money on some of the other projects that they see. You know, different ones have criticism of different projects, and I'm not going to go down that list. But I think that the great majority of our residents would be in favor of us supporting the food bank. And I don't think it is fair to say to those who are struggling to eat that, well, sorry, there weren't enough people stepping up as volunteers to get the groceries this week, and therefore you have to go hungry. I don't think that makes sense. And you know, if the MacTier Food Bank wishes to change their relationship with the township, I'm sure we'd be open to any sort of ideas or proposals. They've brought proposals to us in the past. So I don't think it's fair to make that comparison. I think it's, you know, we've taken on the local food bank that used to be run by the district, and therefore we're doing it at a lower cost in the district, at a lower tax cost than the district. So I think that was a good thing for us to do. So I'm personally in favor of this, and those are my comments. And I'm going to get to the motion. And I think one final comment is that this is suggesting that this be added to the 2026 budget, that the $10,000 item, that doesn't make any commitments for future budgets, nor does it actually lock our hands for this budget. It's a proposal that we want that this is added to the budget that we will consider in November, December. So I move by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council recommend the approval of the service enhancement in anticipation of the 2026 budget for a part-time contract employee to support the Township of Georgian Bay Food Bank. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. I have 4 in favor, 2 against. That is carried. All right. 5 to 11. I believe we have some people here interested in the Iroquois Road project. I'm going to make you wait longer and give everybody a break. So let's have a 10-minute bio break, and then we'll go to the Iroquois Road project. The MacTier Refresh project. Okay, you're on break. I didn't have my microphone on. I apologize to everybody. We're going to item 11B, Assumption of Iroquois Road from our Operations Department.
Through you, Mayor Coots here. This was brought to my attention by Councillor Predko. It was an item on the 2024 agenda initially, and it came to council's notice or staff's notice when the annual road resurfacing. It was noted that portions of Iroquois Road were not assumed by the municipality. This sent me down quite the rabbit hole. We found that back in 1957, the road was constructed as part of Highway 400. It was paid for by the Cottage Association at that time, and then records became very limited. By all appearances, we, for all intents and purposes, did assume maintenance of the road sometime in the 90s. It appears at the same time as Mohawk Road. As far as I can tell, having walked the road and taken a look at the road, they followed the first part of the process in road assumption. So the road's the minimum width that we need, the drainage is there, and the turnaround is in place, which to me tells me that some effort has been made to go through the road assumption process, although no one has records of this or a memory of this. We have been maintaining it as far back as we can remember. I believe that is because we have started on this assumption process. So my recommendation at this point would be that we continue with the assumption process. The only steps outstanding is a legal survey so that we are now taking over the land that the road covers, and then registering that survey so we own the property, and then a bylaw to assume the road. I would also recommend that we maintain the road during this time.
Thank you very much. Council Predko, you want to initiate the conversation?
Sure, thank you, and through you, Your Worship. And thank you, Ms. Engels, for your report. It was very succinct and right to the point, and I think the flavor of Iroquois Road is that there's a handful, if not more than a handful, of full-time residents on this road who have lived there for many years and have always lived under the assumption that it's been assumed and have had winter maintenance on the road and summer maintenance on the road. I believe bylaw has responded to parking issues along the road throughout the years, so it has always had the assumption that it was assumed by the township. And I know they have always believed it was assumed by the township as well. Previous Mayor Larry Braid, who is a resident of Gibson Lake, not of Iroquois Road, but his correspondence and his recollection is that this was supposed to be assumed by the township when the Ministry of Natural Resources stopped the, what do they call it, the state reports or whatever. It just never happened to get transferred properly. So I'm completely in support of this, and I know it'll be a great relief to all of the residents. I think Ms. Angeles has met with the residents a couple times on this, and I think at the last meeting, the entire road showed up, less one or two couples that couldn't make it, to show their support for this process. And they, I think, have responded with 100% in favor of working with the township to resolve this as quickly as possible. So I'm hoping today this is the sort of last step on the journey that they've been on since last November when it came to council the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's see if anybody else wants to. I have a question, if I may, and that is, I presume you've been in conversation with the MNRF with regards to this Crown land and that transfer, or is that yet to happen?
To you, Mayor Coots here. Through this process, we are currently only looking at the portion of the road that is crossing private property. There is a risk, and we have this in numerous areas, of us having our public road on private land and maintaining it. So we're just looking at that area. I will, as part of the roads needs study, be coming forward with a number of roads that are crossing MNR lands and options to move forward on those.
And then I'm presuming that the private landowners are fully cooperative in this process because they're probably the people who are using the road.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, I hate making assumptions and then finding out I was wrong. Any other comments or questions with regards to this report? Seeing none, I'm going to read the motion. I know you're in shock, aren't you? I can see it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Those who are wondering, a comment from one of the owners of part of the road that they're very happy to see this moving forward. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. What did I say? Moved by and seconded by. And be it resolved, the township proceed with the steps remaining to assume Iroquois Road as per bylaw 2009-28 from section 7.5 road assumption process. And that the residents benefiting from the road share the cost of the legal survey, and that the township allows up to $5,000 for the cost of legal fees, and that the township continue to maintain Iroquois Road while the assumption proceeds. All those in favor? And that has passed unanimously. You're welcome. All right, where should we go to next? Why don't we complete staff reports at this point? Or do you want? We are now going to go to the refresh MacTier item 11D under staff reports. And Ms. Schneier, I think that is for you as well, that report. And so this is 11D. Ms. Schneier, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's a pleasure to be able to present to you this report. It has come and been derived from some community connections that we have made with residents in MacTier over the last little while. I think the most relevant piece of information with respect to this report is that we have had several one-on-one conversations with several residents in MacTier identifying what they think is their priority in terms of what the municipality should be working on next. And this is a collective exercise to bring everybody together under one roof and provide them with the tools to be able to prioritize what is the community's focus for MacTier, as well as potentially some branding or rebranding, or at least an understanding of what the community would like to be branded as. And we have applied to FedNor for funding up to $49,000, which could potentially significantly reduce the amount of money that we are going to spend on this project. We are asking you for $58,000. That is because we have $20,000 already set aside from the goodwill of council for reallocating the money that was going to go to the MacTier Arena to be included in this project, as well as some further third-party consultation. And while I appreciate the accolade that Ms. Rivet did provide, that staff would be able to take care of this in-house, we believe that, or more specifically, I believe that it's better to have a third-party consultant come in and neutrally work with the community as a whole. And so this report addresses that. We have gone through the transparent process of an RFP. We have presented who we believe to be the right proponent for the job, and present to you this report. If there's any further information that needs to be vetted, I'm more than happy to do it.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Way, would you be willing to level me up?
Sorry. All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Mrs. Rivet for all her years of dedication to the MacTier community. And one of her statements was that she would like to get Councillor Pretko as the local representative and myself, the district representative, come up and look at some of the issues that they have in MacTier. Just this last fall, the mayor, myself, and Councillor Pretko did come up to MacTier. We met with community leaders from Stewart Lake, the MacTier area, and they showed us such things that needed improvement, like, oh, I'm sorry, and our operations director was there too, and looked at things like the downtown core and what needed to be bring it up to speed, drainage problems within the MacTier area, and Mrs. C's Park. And at that time, the snow was just melting and we seen all the terrible things that were in the snow. So there has been initiated the first part of this where we've had the councillors and our operations department and the mayor come up, have a look around, and there was suggestions brought forward. And what I hear right now from our sustainability officer, I think we're moving in the right direction. And I think the community input is very important. All of the community, like you said, there could be 70 or 80 people, and perhaps a meeting which would, address their issues would be great. I've certainly heard it through the AGMs that I attend up there, that they're looking for some improvements, and their voice is not going unheard by myself and by other councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Louise Rivet was kind enough to indicate to us that the report was done in 2011, and I'm just curious to know how or can we lean on that report for a refresh, or will that be part of the discussions ongoing? I hate to think that we'd be ignoring something that was a comprehensive report that was done a number of years ago, and hopefully can use the lessons learned or provided by that report. Is that going to be done?
Through your worship, I actually addressed this in the report with a very candid, why bother doing this again when nothing has been done from the previous report. And I luckily had the good fortune to be able to, to be able to be at the charrettes that occurred in 2010 with MacTier. And we have applied to several funders for several projects in the community, and they have never been successful, largely because the plan doesn't match the size of the community and the ability of the municipalities to sustainably uphold what is being proposed in that master design build. It's almost as if some of the ideas that were in the master design were just too, thank you. Sorry, I have a runny nose. Were just too broad of a project to be able to financially be financially sustained by this municipality, as well as there weren't enough residents to be able to use what was being proposed. So there have been some successful applications based on that master design build that we have done. And if I recall, small things were accomplished. I remember a few years ago, we painted little railways on the sidewalks to encourage people to be familiar with the location of the railway museum versus where the downtown core was. And then, of course, we did the mural at the side of the grocery store there. And that was also funded because we were able to rely on the backbone of that plan. But large things like the clock and actually countering that, some of the projects for the Stewart Lake Pavilion were supported as well because of some of the design in the master design build. So we're coming back again with this to be able to bring together all of the people that have had one-off conversations with us about what they want to see and have the community collectively decide. So we have a survey that we are going to launch very soon after this meeting, if it's the will of council to move forward. That will compile community initiatives, and then we will be working with some key stakeholders like former Councillor Louise Rivet to determine who should be at the meeting that we will have in September. Originally, it was going to be in August, but it was the senior team's real focus that we need a little bit more time on this. And we also wanted to have the consultant on board so that we can have a collective discussion and start to prioritize what is going to happen next in the community of MacTier. So to answer your initial question, are we going to be able to use some of it? Possibly. It would be a waste not to. The $100,000 that was spent on that MacTier design build was also spent on creating one for Port Severn and also for Honey Harbor. And so when we look at the master plan and design guideline that we still have on our website, there are some good ideas, but it might have changed in 15 years from what the community wants to have occur there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the report wasn't being ignored. That's fine. Thanks.
Councillor Pretko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I just have a couple of questions, and I beg your indulgence. The funding that is being proposed, the $58,817.28. The FedNor funding will be between 50 and 80%, and you're looking for a reserve of 38,000. I'm just wondering if you could just help me with the math. I think right now you've taken away the $20,000 that was for the recreation master plan for MacTier that we had put in the budget at the beginning of 2025. But if we get funding from FedNor in the range of 50 to 80%, that number would actually decrease accordingly, but we need to make sure that we're requesting the amount of money out of our budget because we don't have that funding secured. Is that all correct?
Through Your Worship, that's exactly correct. That's
Okay,
the way of our Director of Finance. I appreciate that approach. We have, in years gone by, presented you to reports where we haven't had confirmed funding, and it's been a surprise when we didn't get it. So we're very delighted that this is the way that we present reports to you now. And you're right, there will be an opportunity for a significant reduction in the amount that this taxpayer group is requested to pay because we may be able to get access to some federal funding.
So in a best case scenario, it's a $15,000 consulting job, not a $60,000 consulting job.
It's a little bit more than that.
Oh, 20,000.
Yeah. It would the impact on the municipality would not be that big, and we just don't know whether or not we'll qualify for 50 or 80% funding because of the way that the rules are changing for FedNor. So our application is in. We were hopeful that we might have heard by today, but we will hear in the very near future.
Okay, thank you. And then follow-up is the meeting in September, and I think Ms. Rivet also asked for a consultation with the residents before making any substantive development in the actual redevelopment or enhancement of the master plan. But the meeting in September, two things. One, I'm going to be on vacation from September 15th to October 4th. So I'm delighted you're having a meeting, but I would like to be able to attend. So if I have any sway in the timing of that meeting, I would like to just make sure you are aware of when I'm available. And the second is when we met with the district in October of 2024 to talk about ambulance and emergency services and the ambulance station in MacTier, the district made a commitment at that time to join the township in a follow-up discussion about economic and township development. And I would just like to make sure that the district is invited to this meeting and they will have substantive information to share as well with the township folk.
Through Your Worship, yes, right after that meeting, Chair Lehman met with the CAO and I, and it turned out that this project aligned exactly with where he wanted to go. So they have jumped on board immediately and said that they will attend all stakeholder meetings. So we're just doing our part to keep them abreast. We're literally, unfortunately, have been at a standstill for the last couple of weeks and letting the residents know where we're headed in MacTier because we just needed to have the will of council to move forward with this consultant. As soon as you say go, we'll be able to reach out to the consultant, sign a contract, and get her feedback on the survey, get it out to the community, and then be able to use the stakeholder group to be able to summarize the survey results and then be able to provide further input on specific needs of the community of MacTier. And we'll be reaching out to members of the MAAC, the MacTier Advisory Arena Committee, as well as prominent stakeholders to make sure that the right people are at that meeting, keeping in mind that that will also include hopefully members of the school, Moose Deer Point First Nation, the District of Muskoka, as well as those other entities that would support the scope of this project.
Okay, and finally, the last, with the mayor's indulgence, is the question about the Mrs. C equipment for the playground. And I understand right now you're waiting for responses, I'm sorry, through your worship, to the Director of Operations. You're waiting for feedback or proposals for your request for equipment. And just wanted to make sure that if you were installing equipment that needed to be relocated in the future, are you confident that that equipment would be able to be moved successfully? We wouldn't be going through the same sort of situation that we are today with equipment that would need to be replaced rather than just relocated.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, it is very involved to install playground equipment, and in most instances, the cost ends up being almost the same as buying a new playground. So knowing that, if there is any question about the location of the playground, I would recommend that we proceed. We've just posted the tender. It will be out for a month because we're asking for them to come forward with proposals. And we will, based on the criteria, including resident feedback, pick from those proposals. That will be into later September. I would not be in a position to award until late September, early October. So in theory, that would be after the initial conversations in this process.
Okay, thank you. And the residents I've talked to are eager to see new equipment come in, so it will be something that I'm sure we'll talk about in the future, but there's a high degree of interest in making sure that that park is still a playground park that's family friendly. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, I've not seen any other hands raised. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to enter into an agreement with Quarry Consulting in the amount of $58,817.28 for the purpose of conducting consulting services for the Refresh MacTier project. And that council accept funding in the amount of $49,000 from FedNor to support 50% of the proposed community work plan for MacTier, branded as Refresh MacTier, and that council directs staff to reallocate a further $38,817.28 from the working fund reserve. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Now, we have two more staff reports. We have the annual slurry seal treatment tender results. Ms. Engel. Oh, we have another. Well, I thought that was under new business. Oh, all right. Well, let's start with the annual slurry seal treatment tender results, please.
As part of the process, seal the first year, Do I have to start over? All right. It's going to be completely different too. So as part of the annual road reconstruction program, we do chip and seal. Chip and seal, typically after 1 year to 1 to 2 years, we do a slurry seal on top. Once the road has been compacted and the fine aggregates have been basically packed in, slurry seal goes on top to better provide waterproofing for that road, which extends the life of the road. In 2024 capital budget, this was not allocated for. I believe at that time the assumption would be that we'd leave it for 2 years. As soon as it's been compacted, the sooner we can get the slurry seal on, the better. So we'd like to proceed with completing slurry seal on those roads that were chip and sealed last year. And that will be coming out of reallocating a portion of the capital of the funding for gravel road topping. We are behind this year because of the ice storm, so we will not have the resources to spend all of the money in the gravel road topping. Along with that, one of the roads that was chip and sealed last year, Bayview Road, had single surface treatment. Given the condition and the deformation we were seeing on the road, it probably should have had a double road treatment. So with that said, it's not in a condition that we'd like to see go straight to slurry seal. We do have some patching that's required. So we're asking an additional $50,000 to complete that patching before we slurry seal that road again, and it will extend the life of that road.
All right, Councillor Wojcik, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, my questions directed to our operations director. In reading the report and the number of roads that need to have the slurry coat done, there was no dates associated with that. And I can tell you that I've had many calls, not from my wife, but from my neighbors, because our road is one of the roads that are in question. But I've had many questions from other roads that also need the slurry coat. So it does say in your report that it was scheduled to be done this year. The finances were not in place for this year. Don't know why. They wouldn't have been. But you're looking for the funds to do it this year. So can we get some sort of idea of the order that the roads would be slurry coated and the approximate dates that would happen, so I could relay that to the residents in Ward 3? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Coetsier, I can certainly follow up with better timelines at this stage because we do it with the district. It is whenever they are working in this area and they're also doing district roads. They are starting with another operation right now. I believe they are in the northern portion of the township, and then they'll move to slurry seal. We're probably looking at late August into September.
Thank you. Councillor Fredko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Quick question to Ms. Engel again. Surprised as to you. The graveling money that is being reallocated to this project, what will the impact be on some of those roads that need some resurfacing, and is there any money that's going to be continuing in the graveling so that those high priority areas that haven't had gravel for a while could be attended to?
Through you, Mayor Coetsier, we do have a significant amount of money still remaining, so we will be addressing it. That said, we have not done gravel topping for at least 10 years. So there's a lot of catch up that we need to do in that area, and that will be addressed through the roads need study.
Okay, but will any graveling be done this year? Then that guess is no.
Sorry, yes, there will be. I believe we still have about 200,000 left in graveling, and we can get a little more bang for a buck because the cost really through that is just purchasing of the material. We'll be using our own resources to lay it down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wojcik. Be it resolved that the tender for the completion of slurry seal applications on roads completed with chip and seal be awarded to Miller Group for $375,900 plus HST, and that an additional allowance of $50,000 plus HST be made available for Fowler Construction to complete hot mix asphalt patches on Bayview Road prior to slurry seal, and that funds be reallocated from the capital gravel roads budget, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the resulting agreement. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Asset management plan updates. Financial services.
Thank you, Mayor Gutierrez, through you to members of council. You may recall at the June 2nd meeting of council, staff received authorization from council to proceed with the procurement of an asset management coordinator. And that was approved through $50,000 from funds that were already set aside in reserves specific for asset management. Through the procurement process, staff received 5 quotes. And after following a comprehensive evaluation, staff are recommending proceeding with Dillon Consulting Limited for a price of $59,650 plus HST. The purpose of the report for you today is to seek council authorization for additional funding and to proceed with the successful vendor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the report regarding his hand wasn't.
I couldn't get my hand. I couldn't get it up quick. I couldn't find the button. Sorry, I'm taking my lead from Councillor Cooper. Sorry, was Dillon the least expensive of the consultants, or just the one we? I'm trying to remember here. I remember reading the report. I thought it was they're most qualified out of the group and within reasonable price range. That's why, right? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, if I can respond to Councillor Jarvis, we didn't put out procurement based on lowest price. It was actually based on the qualifications as well as the work plan that we were looking for in terms of being able to train staff as we go through the asset management plan. We would like to come back in-house in the following years to be able to update it ourselves. So part of that cost is the result of training as well. But yes, they were not the least expensive, but however, they were the most qualified.
Thank you.
I love the sound of bringing it in-house. I think that's fantastic. I'm going to try one more time. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the report regarding asset management plan update additional funding be received, and that the council approve additional funding in the amount of $9,650, which will be $10,700, including non-rebatable HST, to be drawn from the operations reserve. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And then we have one extra additional item that I'm afraid I forgot, and this was the item that was pulled from our consent agenda, and that is regarding the Gloucester Pool Cottage Association discount for park fees related to Canoe for Cancer. Councillor Predko, I think you were volunteered to speak to this.
Yes, I was. Thank you, Your Worship. Let me just bring it up. And we're talking about the waiving of fees, or what? Talking about?
Yeah, this was originally a consent agenda item 7H.
Yeah.
Page 64.
So this particular request is for the township to waive fees with regards to the setup of fees for tables and chairs, again, for a not-for-profit organization that is going to be using them in Port Severn Park, and additionally to waive parking fees for people coming in for that event. So the history of the Canoe for Cancer event is that it's a fairly huge fundraiser in Gloucester Pool, and it involves people starting at the top of Big Chute in their canoe and kayak and paddling down to Port Severn Park. It's about 30-ish kilometers, as I recall, or am I just being overly, maybe it must be about 15. Thank you, 13. I got the 3 in the wrong place. It generates a lot of awareness for cancer in the community, and it brings people in from across our township as well as from Severn and from Tay. This year, I think there is the added interest and involvement from third parties like the Federation of Cottage Associations for Ontario and the Cancer Foundation that's behind the organization. And that's where part of the request for waiving fees for parking is coming from, because there will be people from these organizations in the township. And the request is to make it as seamless and worry-free for those people as possible. I've participated in this event in the past, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, but they do a huge amount of organization, and it is really very well attended. And I don't know if the report specifies the number of people, but there's between 100 and 150 people paddling through the lake that day. So it's a great awareness, and it's a great opportunity to showcase the township and what we can do together. That's it. Thank you.
Clarification for are we asking $400? Is that what the
Yes.
ask is?
Correct.
Thank you.
For,
I think that's important to have a perspective. It's less than $400 that the ask.
yes.
I'm not even sure why it's in front of council. Sorry, that's a personal opinion.
So as I guess the presenter of the report, I think you weren't in the room, but I think there's been a number of requests for waiving of fees for different organizations that are for relatively small amounts. And then our policies to date don't have the capacity for these fees to be waived without council support. So I would be in the future asking staff to draft an amendment to our policy so that we can delegate that authority as appropriate to the CAO for a certain dollar limit.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I know it's just my business hat coming on as opposed to my, counselor hat, but anyway, anyone wish to make any further comments? And here that we were supposed to put in percentages and the amounts, and I'm just wondering, do I put in, the way it's written, do I put in 100% discount? Okay. Councilor Hayes.
Are you reading option 1? Is that the?
Yeah.
So I think the intent was to also not only waive the fees for park tables and chairs, but also for the parking. Is that wording in there?
Not in the motion that's in front of me.
I understand. That's kind of why I'm asking.
Oh, CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and good morning, Council. The parking has been dealt with independently. So there will be as long as emergency routes are not blocked and as long as emergency services can get through and there's not excessive parking, then we will not proactively be monitoring that area.
In other words, a good decision made by staff.
As long as that's how it takes place, that's great.
Yeah. All right. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the Gloucester Pool Cottage Association be given a 100% discount for park fees related to Canoe for Cancer. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Why don't we go to new business? Because I know we have a member of our audience that's keen on that project. And Councillor Predko, proposed remote management pilot for waste depots for Georgian Bay Township. Over to, can you find a seconder for this? Councillor Bocek is willing to second. Okay, thank you. Sorry, because the original is not here.
Sorry, just give me a second as I have to switch between all my reports here. It's a different hat that I have to put on. Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So I think we have talked about this waste management and the closing of our bins and the management from district of these transition projects quite a bit. And in the last month or so, we've had fortuitous conversations with other people who work in the Ministry of the Environment or as waste management executives in other municipalities. And they highlighted to us that there is flexibility in the ECA office for approvals for different waste depots that we were not aware of, or we don't think that the district had been made aware of. And in particular, in Guelph, they have a small waste depot in the downtown core that is under a pilot project where they are video monitoring it and they're controlling access for residents with a key code pad with unique codes for each resident, so that they're able to decrease the human supervision of the site. But at the same time, I think there's an inspection schedule and a rotation of the waste that comes out of the depot that needs to be adhered to in the ECA for that site. And this has caused, with the transition and closing of the bin sites around in the township, particularly in the Go Home Lake area, as well as the closure of the depot site in 12 Mile Bay Road. I think the residents are asking, is this an opportunity for the district to provide some reevaluation of the decisions that they've made about closing these sites with other options that are available? We have, over the last weekend, had the first weekend of the bin closure at Go Home Lake, and it was not very well attended. And I think there's a number of different factors that would point to that. There was a lot of worry and concern from the residents that it was going to be too crowded and that the traffic would be unsafe in the channel leading up to the collection site. And there was also an awful lot of confusion and concern about what types of documentation you had to prove that you were a resident of the lake. People didn't have clear garbage bags and they were afraid that they were going to be turned away. And without separate organic, the messaging that has come from the district is that you can't bring organic waste to this site, were all reasons why people that I've talked to in the last day or two decided that they were just going to wait it out and see how it went. And the frustrating thing is in the days leading up to this weekend, we were able to determine that kitchen waste could be put in the garbage, that it didn't have to be separated out for water access residents. Clear bags are what they are wanting people to deliver in, but they are accepting black bags until the end of the year. And when I took in my garbage on the weekend, the proof of residency was just telling them what my lot number was. I didn't have to pull out my property tax bill or my hydro bill to demonstrate that I was the resident at that location. So it was a lot more easygoing than all of the information that had been provided previously. So at any rate, the ask of the community that I definitely support is that they have been moving towards these transitions with an open mind, and they're asking that the district take an open mind to look at what can be made economically reasonably feasible to continue providing a service that's 24/7 to residents, because not everybody runs on the schedule of 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday and Wednesday. The residents, particularly in 12 Mile area, having their depot closed altogether, don't have an alternative other than to take it to Baxter Ward or to Tower Road or South Gibson Lake and be working with those hours. And there are a lot of different residents in that neighborhood from Gala Lake all the way to Wellwood and Tacey that have contacted me over the last 2 to 3 weeks that they are particularly unhappy with the decision that has been made, and they are entirely interested in learning what kind of alternative pilot project may be made available. So we'll keep on this, I'm sure, from different angles, but today the ask is that the district pursue and evaluate a pilot project with an open mind that it can be made successful with cost savings for residents and for the convenience and the oversight that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Predko, for this. I think it's an interesting idea to have a pilot project. I think we're somewhat shooting in the dark. We don't know the costs associated with this at the moment. And unless you have something to tell me that I don't know.
No, I don't. And the ask is to pursue it to find out the costs and evaluate it.
So I think that would be very appropriate. And I caution us to, even when we do find out what the cost is, let's say it's 30,000, 50,000, whatever the number is, that we have one pilot project, not 5 or 10 of them, because if you open them up, we may never close them down. That seems the way that government works, that we just keep growing and growing. So I would caution that about that. And the other thing I would suggest is that if we're getting information from the district, one of the things that I can repeat is that since 2014, I've been trying to find out what solid waste is really costing us. We still don't know. And we don't know the breakdowns. And it's very hard for us to assess our services without knowing. So I think part of our ask from the district is not just, can we do a pilot, but what are the costs for this or that or whatever the case may be. And that might include the people that I try and represent on coastal Georgian Bay who will be not having any services and will not have a pilot project and will be privatizing, I think. But we need to figure out how that's going to work. So those are part of the questions that enter into this whole subject. So just want to pass that on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I think it's really apropos in light of the fact that this morning we received a report from James Steele about how the transition is going up at Go Home Lake, Miners Bay, particularly with photos attached. And I think we should all be taking that in. Mr. Steele seems to think that everything went very, very well with the transition, that the lakeside pickup went exceedingly well. I think we need to have more input, obviously, since it's the first effort on everybody's part. He seems to think that any of the concerns that came up beforehand turned out not to be the case. So we need to follow up on that. I like the idea of doing a pilot. I wish that district was a little more proactive in figuring out different ways that garbage could be handled. Unfortunately, they seem to have left it up to us to do that. And in that, given all that, I think a pilot project like this has merit, and I think following up on it is a good idea.
Councilor Predko, you want to make an additional remark?
Yes, thank you. And through you, Your Worship, just in response to Commissioner Steele's email this morning, I haven't read it in very much detail since we've been sitting here. He did note that it was smooth operations all 3 days, but that necessarily wasn't true on Saturday when they installed their canopy, gazebo, and truck in the middle of the road where people were trying to launch boats and access the marina. So there was quite a disruption I don't know if they resolved it before the end of the day, but it wasn't resolved by lunch. They did move the truck to where it was agreed to with Director Engel on Sunday, and it was operating more smoothly, but there were very few people. And I think if 20% of the lake or 30% of the lake attended on the weekend, it's not because it was successful, it was because nobody went. Thank you.
I think if I can follow up, is that the impression I have based on others is that if they get 40 to 50% participation, they consider it successful, which in my mind always begs the question, okay, what happened to the other 50%? And it's almost impossible to know, because in that other 50%, I'm sure there was some, I'll call it inappropriate dumping. But what are the folks doing with the other 50% if they're not bringing them, and if they achieve 50% in the future?
And the people I talked to said they just took it back to Toronto.
Councillor Cooper, your hand's up a second time, or not?
Yes.
Okay.
My apologies, I missed a point, and I'm going to don my glasses for this particular issue, because it's Commissioner Steele's comments are rose-colored, and I think it'd be important for us to make that point to Commissioner Steele, that not only were there problems or lack of usage, actually, which is not really appearing in his commentary here, but are we going to be sending, or should we not be sending, the district chair and Commissioner Steele the hundreds of emails that we've received? Because as far as I'm concerned, we should. We've got to get that message across. So thank you. Those are my comments from my rose-colored glasses.
All right. I'm going to read the motion. We have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Whereas the district municipality of Muskoka provides waste collection services to the township of Georgian Bay that currently includes 3 waste collection depots that are being reduced to 2. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay Council previously requested the district municipality of Muskoka to provide a costing estimate for a depot near Go Home Lake in November 2024, which has not been provided. And whereas new information has become available that permits for depot sites to be available for residents 24/7 through remote management and other compliance features. And whereas cost efficiency should be achievable through remote management. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Township of Georgian Bay requests the District of Muskoka to pursue pilot R&D ECA certificates for 12 Mile Bay Road Depot and Go Home Lake, and that if a pilot project is deemed infeasible by the District of Muskoka, that the 12 Mile Bay Road Depot remain open as a supervised site with limited hours of operation, and that the Township of Georgian Bay requests the District of Muskoka to include budgetary support for evaluating the pilot project with potential expansion for additional remotely managed depots across the district, including Go Home Lake, Honey Harbor, and within other townships where the need or opportunity have been identified. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Which leads us perfectly into solid request of District of Muskoka, Councillor Hazelton.
I'm on. Well, I think this should be a relatively simple thing. We all know that of the water access only properties on Georgian Bay, they're having their service removed. And there's no current plan by the district other than the 2 transfer sites that we have. And so that's a reasonable fallback position, because if that's the case, then opportunities are abundant for private alternatives. The challenge that we have is that we haven't directed the district to effectively deal with all of those properties. And so what this resolution does is it leverages an already existing property classification that we have from the district, and suggests that all we have to do is get the district to introduce one new property classification, and they have all the data to define all of this. So this new property classification is a coastal Georgian Bay water access only property. And once they do that, then we can very simply say, well, the district has already given us the options of what they could consider for our township. And when it comes to this water access only collection of properties, option one represents the 2 transfer stations. And so that would be their share of the 2 transfer stations. So all we have to do then is just get the district to say, fine, we'll add in this new property class of Georgian Bay water access only. And then we will apply a mill rate for the 2 transfer stations, and the district's already figured out what that would be. It's a 49% reduction in what we have today. And so what we need here is we need staff to ask the district staff to package that up and make that available. And we need our district councilors to actively lobby the District of Muskoka to achieve that outcome. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions with regards to this? Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And I understand where Councillor Hazelton is coming from on this request. My only area of query really is the 49%, and we know that's the 49% based on the current allocation of costs. But if we took away those bin sites, would that number slightly change? And having this precise number in the motion may be refuted by the district based on they would want to recalculate things. So I'm not sure if we want to have that exact number or change the wording so that it's 49% or equivalent to a rebalanced. That's my only suggestion.
So the 49% reduction is only in there to help people connect the dots. It's not intended to say it's a 49% reduction. I actually believe it should be probably more like 60 or 70 because all of the waste of those 2,000 properties will now go out of the district. So all of the disposal and diversion costs disappear. But let's not argue about those things. Let's keep it simple. The district's already figured out what option one would result in. And all we're looking to say is, fine, let's start the process. You've already figured out everything. You already know what a Georgian Bay water access only property is. Just make it simple. Go with what you've already defined and we'll figure out what the real costs are going forward, which will be way less than 49% reduction. Sorry, way more than a 49% reduction. But let's not argue about that today. Let's work with what the district's already defined. Because when we ask the district to create things, we know that's a big battle. So let's just make it simple.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say that I support this. But let's just be realistic here. This is like the previous resolution in a sense. We're trying to get information so that we can make some decisions. And that's what this is. And I think it's important to have as much information so that we can make appropriate decisions from a financial perspective as well as from a service level perspective. And that's what we're trying to do. And I will state again that it's over 10, 11 years that I've been involved with the district, and I've been trying to get this kind of information for 11 years. And maybe now that we got the district to come forward with a little bit of information, we at least have something to start with. We have a base, for example, option one, which says if you just use the transfer stations, this is what it will cost you. And then we could layer on some other things, and that's what we're trying to get to with the district. So I encourage us to try and get as much as we can in terms of information so that we can make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I like and I don't like this motion, and I'll try to explain why. One, absolutely, I think that wherever we end up, we have to have a recognition that some of our taxpayers in our township will be getting, I'll call it, very different levels of service than other taxpayers, and that some taxpayers are seriously considering getting private services, and some taxpayers are getting roadside. Some are using might be using waste depots or transfer stations. It will definitely vary. One of my first questions I have is if we were to go on the assumption that, oh, for argument's sake, half our residents will never use any waste facilities other than potentially the transfer stations, because that was the option one that the district provided, is that they estimated that it would be a 49% cut in our levy if we only offered transfer stations. That's the only place you could get rid of your garbage, full stop. So then my question is, all right, so let's say that we say to a certain group of our residents, all right, you're not using any of our waste services other than transfer stations, therefore we will give you a cut. But if they don't close the waste depot in Honey Harbor because other residents want to use the waste depot, how are they going to restrict access and say, are you a full taxpayer or a half taxpayer, if you just allow the expression? And I think we're going to have different hurdles that way if we're not careful. And I think, well, I'm all in favor of coming up with a two-tiered waste levy system. I don't think it can be quite as simple as simply picking the residents on coastal Georgian Bay who are water access only and saying, you're the lower tier tax-wise on waste, and water access residents that are on inland lakes or other parts of our district, or who don't get roadside pickup because their lane is too small for a truck, et cetera, they're going to pay full shot because they just don't happen to be on Georgian Bay and on water access. So to me, I think the intent of creating a two-tiered waste levy, I'm all in favor of that. I don't think this is the right way. This is only a start as to how we actually do it. And so that's my biggest concern with this, is that it's not it's favoring a certain segment without taking into consideration what other segments, the challenges they will face. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Addressed to you directly, Mayor, and perhaps with input from Councillor Hazelton here. Part of the resolution is to define property class of GB water access only, Georgian Bay being, in my mind, municipality of. If we were to take out part of that point where it says water access properties on coastal Georgian Bay, I mean, I think we all understand there are water access only properties within the municipality that are not part of coastal Georgian Bay. Is that not possible that we could include all water access only properties within the township? Just a thought.
Councillor Cooper.
I think, once again, I've already stated that we're sort of walking before we run here. Sorry, we're sort of walking here before we run, and we're trying to get information. So I think we need to keep that in mind, just like the previous resolution. I will also say that the water access communities elsewhere in the township, like Go Home Lake and any of the other lakes, is that they will, in theory, have in the future other services. We, on coastal Georgian Bay, will not. There's no provision for that at all. So the reason we need this kind of information is there'll be sort of a slimmed down version of waste services for coastal Georgian Bay water access only people who will basically be able to go to the transfer station with some construction materials or whatever, or pay at their marina for privatized services. On Go Home Lake, we're already talking about some services that are there now. They may change so that there's the kind of depot that we talked about as a pilot project, but in due course they will, in the ideal world, have that kind of service where they can, get a fenced-in, ECA approved, with video, with electronic gate, etc. They'd have that service. That isn't the service that's going to be provided on coastal Georgian Bay, because all those people in coastal Georgian Bay are going into a marina that currently manages bins and will be willing to manage bins in the future. So we're talking a little bit apples and oranges here when it comes to water access. That would be my response to that concern that's been raised. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Well, just follow-up comment on that, and I appreciate the clarification, because it does make sense in that context. The idea to the mayor being that those on coastal Georgian Bay tend to be being pushed out of reasonable alternatives provided by the district. And if we go ahead with a pilot for 6 Mile Lake, then we're providing that service already. I still think it wouldn't hurt to know what the numbers are, and I certainly getting any numbers out of districts is proven to be rather difficult. And the sooner we get something out of district on this, the better. So I'm happy with the motion as it stands.
I'm again going to express my concerns that when we're as specific as it is for only coastal Georgian Bay, even though I think they are absolutely in a unique position that needs to be highlighted, but then when we specify option one and a 49% reduction, I think we have to be a little bit careful. And I absolutely believe that this conversation has to go forward. I'm a little concerned that we're not only doing that, but we're telling them what the mill rate will be, and that I'm almost certain will not be approved as it is written. I don't know where it will end up, and that's my concern with this, is that we're being that specific. Councillor Hazelton.
So let's take the 40 bracketed clause out of there. That was to help everybody understand what it is and where it came from, and the reference point. But I think what I'm hearing is everybody agrees that coastal Georgian Bay has a unique problem. There are other water access properties elsewhere in the township, and it's likely that their solution is going to be different. I think Go Home Lake is a classic example of a need for doing things, and the issues on Go Home Lake are actually, quite frankly, very different from coastal Georgian Bay, because the marinas that service coastal Georgian Bay have already, some of them have already stepped up and contracted for private services. So the solution is existing. What we are wrestling with here, and what this resolution is all about, is to enable a tax structure that reflects that service being removed and nothing of any significance being made available, which then enables the marinas to offer a private service. And so that's really what we're doing. If Go Home Lake had marinas that wanted to offer a private service, that would be a perfect solution for Go Home Lake. But that option is not being embraced by Go Home Lake. That's not good, bad, or different. It's just, it's different. And so all we're trying to do here is say, the district's already defined option one. Let's help them, or ask them to define a property class that reflects that, and then try to move forward with that.
I'm going to read the motion. Sorry, Councillor Jarvis.
Councillor Hazelton has suggested striking part of his motion. Is that, have I got that correct?
Yeah.
And that would be the portion with regards to 49%?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
In the now therefores, I don't mind it in the whereases. Is it moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper? Whereas the District of Muskoka has deemed it necessary to remove all of the waste bins at the marinas in Ward 4 in the Township of Georgian Bay. And whereas these waste bins currently serve roughly 2,000 water access only properties on coastal Georgian Bay. And whereas the District of Muskoka has currently defined in their report of September 18th, 2024, PW 8 2024-1, 3 options alternative to waste management financial scenarios to be considered for the Township of Georgian Bay in the district rate supported budget. And whereas option number 1 most closely reflects the services provided by the District of Muskoka in 2026 and beyond that are most suitable for the water access only properties on coastal Georgian Bay, i.e. scenario 1, minimum level of service to comply with municipal waste management obligations, and scenario 1, 2 staff drop off waste facilities. Should that be transfer stations? Because there is a Honey Harbor Depot. We don't want that Honey Harbor Depot. No, well, so I'm going to change that to transfer stations.
Okay, right.
And whereas the District of Muskoka has developed financial estimates for these options and outlined them in their report, PW 8 2024-1, which defines an estimated percent decrease from the baseline waste levy of 49% for option 1. And whereas the district has demonstrated their ability to define different property classes with defined tax rate as shown in the Township Report 2025-048 of the 2025 final tax rate, property classes are listed with specific class of urban residential with a descriptor of properties identified by the District Municipality of Muskoka to apply to the water and sewer rates. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to request staff at the District of Muskoka to define a property class of Georgian Bay water access only to encompass all of the water-only access properties on coastal Georgian Bay, and apply a mill rate for the 2026 year for those properties to reflect the option 1 from the alternative waste management financial services scenarios, and that Council requests District Councillor Bocek, District Councillor Cooper, and Mayor Coutsier to actively lobby the District of Muskoka to ensure approval of this request of the district and any other actions needed at the district for this to be approved. All those in favor? 2, 3, and that is carried. And I'm thinking, let's break for lunch. Oh, sorry, we have one other staff report. I apologize, rose-colored glasses or not. And that is the item with regards to 30 days of cycling that was pulled from our consent agenda. Councillor Predko, you need a seconder to speak to this because the mover is not here. So anybody want to second 30 days? Councillor Bocek, I saw your hand first. Councillor Predko, over to you, please.
Thank you. And I think the report speaks for itself. I think it's it really is promoting a healthy lifestyle in our township, and I think many of the initiatives that we've taken along the way are also aligned with promoting a healthy, engaged community. And the 30 days of cycling will go along in that sense to help foster that sense of community and active lifestyle. Coldwater, as I think you'll see, has a program started up by a third party to allow bike rentals along the trail that goes up to Aurelia or to Midland, which would be a good opportunity to see if there's interest for companies to rent bikes in our township somewhere. There are a lot of active communities. whether it's in Port Severn, Honey Harbor, or Mactier. We just have the safety of the roads to be concerned with. But I think there could be interest from the community in not having to bring their bike up, especially to a water access cottage, but would want to get around on the land for a day and check out the restaurants and water park in Port Severn. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions? I have one question, and that is one section of this is staff investigate partnerships and bike share rentals, such as those in Coldwater. I thought staff had already done that. To the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, I think, oh, sorry, through Mayor Coetzee, and I'll let Ms. Schneier add and possibly even Ms. Engel. So I guess that this was going to be discussed tomorrow at COW, and I thought this was just the recognition of the 30 days of cycling, but we can talk about the other aspect. All of it? Okay. So we did, there was a previous resolution for staff to investigate partnerships with private companies that would rent out electric scooters, etc. And we issued an RFP or an expression of interest, and we had 0 responses back. There was no interest. I think partly because we don't have any cycling lanes. And so that's part of the reason why there was no interest. The other aspect as well, if the township decides to partner and subsidize and enter into this kind of situation, knowing that we do not have any bicycle lanes and knowing that we do have some roads that are quite dangerous, frankly, especially along the Honey Harbor Road, for example, we could be opening ourselves up to a certain amount of liability as well if we're knowingly promoting cycling on roads that are not designed for bicycles to be there in the first place.
Commissioner, did you want to add to that?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. We did partner a couple of years ago with the Great Lakes Coastal Route, and there is a defined cycling route that is actually due to be celebrated late September. They're going to be coming through Mactier for a FAM tour. And so if there's any way that we could just draw reference of this resolution to that forthcoming group, it probably would alleviate us from, if possible, it could alleviate it from liability because it's already an established route and we wouldn't be encouraging residents just to ride their bikes on unmarked lanes. I share the same sentiment as the CAO that it's very risky for us to sort of engage in a cycling sort of celebration, carte blanche, because we just simply don't have the cycling lanes available to residents.
Councillor Predko and then Councillor Jarvis, please. So excuse my ignorance, but is 30 days of cycling an actual thing?
No,
especially when August has 31 days.
No, I'm not the author of this report, so I can't tell you for sure. But I believe it was just like a catch-ish phrase. So
okay.
It would make more sense to have 30 days of cycling in September rather than August.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I was going to mention that I share the concerns of our CAO with regards to liability. If we condone something for which we do not have the infrastructure in place to handle it, I think we're opening ourselves up to somebody doing something that they shouldn't be doing and causing us financial issues down the road, to use a pun. So that's my fear. I am an avid cyclist. I've cycled in Toronto for many, many years, and I've seen the carnage that is created in the city of Toronto with bike lanes in place. So I would fear. I know I've heard from residents here that the cycling is already a problem from the standpoint of people in cars and trucks and contractor vehicles. And since the district has seen their way clear not to provide paved shoulders for us on our district road, I'm very concerned even now that the cycling is an issue. I don't think we should be getting ourselves in a position where there is potential, even more potential for liability on this.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Bochek.
So I went looking through the report recommendation. I didn't see the word bicycle. I saw bikes, cycling, and my neighbor at the cottage has a lovely bike, does a lot of cycling. It has 2 pontoons, and she's out on the water getting lots of exercise. And there's no safety issues out there generally unless boats want to run her over. So maybe we could be promoting cycling on the water without having to worry about the unsafe roads.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. For the past 10 plus years, we've been lobbying with the District of Muskoka to create a bike lane on Honey Harbor Road and to improve bike lanes in MacTier. We've been repeatedly told until the repaving of Honey Harbor Road is completed that they would not consider doing the bike lanes. However, an alternative has been given to us that perhaps a bike lane not on Honey Harbor Road, but running through properties off of Honey Harbor Road, private properties, Crown land, et cetera, to go from Port Severn to Honey Harbor may be a viable alternative. So while I think this 30 days of cycling is a great idea, and I certainly wouldn't want to see it taken off or voted down, because in the future, I believe there could be safe bike lanes created, that this could become viable. My wife and I are avid cyclists, and we use the Tay Trail, which runs, all the way from Penetang straight through to Aurelia. Yeah. And it's a great trail. And to get to that trail from Port Severn, it's quite an easy feat. You just simply go down Saint Amant Road, jump on the trail there, and away you go. So that's in Severn Township, Saint Amant Road. But there's no traffic on it per se. So the 30 days of cycling to promote healthy alternatives, I think, is a great idea, but maybe the timing of this is not great at this time. So I'd like to see this perhaps go through, but be shelved until such a time that safety is paramount to do with biking. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm afraid I have mixed feelings about this. Encouraging people to cycle, no problem at all. I don't see cycling as being much of a commuting factor in our township, given the structure of our roads. The fact that the only road that connects all of us is the 400, where you're not even allowed to walk, let alone cycle on it, unless it's an emergency. I've certainly heard from more than one cyclist in this area that it's not, the roads are not a joy to ride because they're narrow, they're potholed in some cases, and people are flying by in oversized pickup trucks with mirrors that can knock you out without them even knowing it. And I'm not just picking up pickup trucks, that's just one example. I have a sister who's an avid cyclist. When she comes up to visit, she gets in her car with her bike in the back and drives 10, 20 kilometers down the road to take advantage of what's south of us, for instance, or where there are trails, because she can't bicycle out of our drive and get anywhere farther than 6 Mile Lake, and she's dead ending. So you have to get in a car to go somewhere, and therefore I think we know that there's not enough business here to at this point to get bike rentals. And besides, with the distance that most people use with bike rentals, they're going to drive down to Coldwater and take advantage of the bike there if they want to rent a bike. And so I just don't, I think we have to be practical. And you know, if we want to declare a month, the 30 days of cycling, fine. If we want to put some things in our social media saying that cycling is a good alternative for getting around in some cases, fine. I have no issue with that whatsoever. But I'm not sure I want staff to chase down again bike rentals in this area when they've already done that, or try to create partnerships. And you know, given the distances that cyclists can go, the fact that there is somebody in Coldwater next to trails and things like that kind of makes sense. I get it, and I have no idea how well they're going to do there. That'll be time to tell, because it's a new endeavor. But and if they approach us and say they'd love to have bike racks somewhere in Port Severn, makes sense, because from Port Severn you can take back roads and go in different directions. That's my take on it. Which means now what are we going to do with this motion? And Councillor Pedco? Mike, please.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, perhaps we could separate this into 3 motions and update the first motion to recognize September as Cycling Month.
But then what do you want to do with the other motions?
Well, I guess vote on them separately, or we could defer them if we think Councillor Graziano had any other information that hasn't been shared yet today.
I mean, I'm concerned, especially with the parts where staff is asking me to do more work that is repetitive to some degree of what they've already done.
I think the two that's are very similar.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could just change the resolution for staff to prepare a report on the feasibility of bikes, but I guess you've potentially done that before.
But you already had a material, right? Yeah, I mean, they've already issued. Ms. Engel, you have the answer. I can just tell.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee. Having gone through this process in now 2 municipalities, we're jumping ahead a bit. It started with the Cycling and Trails Master Plan and developing cycling network, and then updating the bylaws, because as soon as you build cycling network, you end up with unsafe high-speed vehicles on that cycling network. So then you need to update your bylaw as well to restrict who specifically is using that cycling network. So I think we're jumping ahead a bit. We need to actually create a mapping and outline of safe cycling networks that people can use, whether we're looking at it from a recreational perspective or from a commuting perspective. And then from there, look at bringing in cycle rentals or other options. We also, though, need to make sure that our transportation bylaw, which does not exist right now, is protecting us from those 80-kilometer-an-hour e-bikes and that kind of thing flying down those trails as well.
Do we defer, refer, or just vote?
I think we got 2 things in front of us right now. One is, do we want to declare a month a cycling month? Whether it has 30 days, 31 days, or 28 days, or 29 days. And then secondly, do we want staff to start working on creating a bike trail map? And I think all of us know how few trails exist, except, you know, there's snowmobile and ATV trails. They're not suitable for biking unless you have quite the, yeah, and those are back in the woods, and you know, we're not going to be able to control those anyway. And if we want to put bike trails, create new bike trails for, call it road or mild off-road bikes, or bike lanes, that's a massive project for this township.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, The city of Kitchener, the first step was to negotiate with the region.
And we've
To
tried
get,
that with district a few
and,
times.
and I mean, we're in the middle of a review of their transportation master plan, and they've sent out the public survey, and a lot of it was around active transportation and cycling network. So I think if we're looking at having that, opening up that conversation with them and developing cycling networks, now's the time to consider that, even if it's saying, hey, what was the feedback and what are you getting to? Because we are, but we're not, we can come at it as an approach of, we already have a trail just down the road that ties into Honey Harbor. We're not looking at you creating cycling lanes on all of Honey Harbor. We're looking at creating links for us to other trails. So that might be an easier conversation.
And you want something from council in the discussions you're having with district at this point to fuel you, or do you already understand that there's an interest?
I hear it from my neighbors as well. I already understand there's interest. I think we should wait and see what comes out of the transportation master plan from the district, and then try and start the conversation with them from there.
So, do we want to make a motion for a cycling month or 30 days period or whatever length? Councillor Hazelton.
I don't want to let a comment I made a while ago in a previous meeting go unnoticed. We have Canada Parks, Parks Canada. We got Bosley Island. We got enormous amounts of trails opportunities for bicyclists. If people have to do what you suggested, Mayor, put their bike on a car and go someplace to get to a trail, they can put it in their boat and go to Bosley and bike around Bosley. So, I mean, it's not like we don't have lots of trails, but we have a focus currently on, well, we have to be on a road. Well, do we have to be on a road? I don't think so. And I think that I think we want to, every time we think about cycling, we want to think about these other alternatives. Put your bike in your boat, go to Bosley and have fun, get pontoons and cycle on the water. I mean, why are we trying to turn our water-focused township into a road-based network? Anyway, my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik.
I think putting the 30 days of cycling as a resolution is critical. Just to acknowledge the fact that it's a healthy lifestyle. But I agree. We have a bike rack on the back of our car. We drive less than 5 minutes to Wabashine and jump on the trail, and away we go. Which I believe 30 days of doing that is a great idea. So yes, I believe we should have a 30 days of cycling event, but let's understand that it means taking your bicycle or vehicle 5 minutes away to jump on a trail.
May I suggest to the mover and seconder of this motion that we simply say, be it resolved, the council recognizes the month of September as 30 days of cycling in the township of Georgian Bay? Then let's do that. Okay, moved by Councillor Predkill, second by Councillor Wojcik. Be it resolved, the council recognizes the month of September as 30 days of cycling in the township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? All right, and that is carried. Well, so am I. So now we're finished the staff report section of our report. And was that the new business? I lose track. Okay. And so I'm going to suggest, council, that we take a break, and at 1:30 we go into closed. If you want a 3/4 an hour break, Councillor Wojcik. Okay, well, do you want to do that now before? Well, it's practical. We go into closed, and then we can do it when we come out of closed. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that motion that we have to read before going into closed. And that's moved by Councillor Bocek, signed by Councillor Cooper. Whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils and municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). Offer to purchase received for Lone Pine, offer of purchase received for Lone Pine Road. Council July 7th, 2025 closed minutes. Legal files listing. Honey Harbor launch ramp. And Tickner subdivision options. Now be it resolved that the Council of Township of Georgian Bay moves in the closed session of council at, you want the current time? At 1:30 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I'm saying, okay, that we're now going for a lunch break and we'll reconvene in closed at 1:30. Okay, so we have to come out of closed and do whatever we have to do there. Then we have communications that we skipped over this morning. And then I think we're exiting for the day. Okay, so let's work on it. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:57 p.m. All those in favor? And we have arisen. I want to break into a song about rising up, but I'm not going to try not to. You don't need this stuff, do you? Oh, okay. Be it, let's see. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the July 7th, 2025 Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? Already signed. Okay. And then we don't have to do these until we do. Okay, so now we're going to communication from mayor and council. And I have no idea who started. Well, but I do have an idea who started last time. Councillor Graziano started, so we will put him to the bottom of the list considering he's not here. And I'm going to start with Councillor Cooper and go Cooper, Hazelton, Jarvis, Predko, Bocek. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's summer, exciting times, lots going on. So, what have I been up to? Since our last council meeting, what have we got here? July the 11th, GBLT cocktails on Lizard Island. All this hard work that I had to put up with. That's one of them. After that, had a meeting here with Greg and Councillor Hazelton, just talking about a variety of different things. And then on the 24th of July, GBA 2050 advisory group. 27th, there was Art in the Rocks. I attended that in Cog Machine. Oh boy, what else? The 3rd, there was a large function, another cocktail party. My goodness, that's all I do. Water quality group on the 5th of August. Pardon me, that wasn't a cocktail party, no. And then I went to a cocktail party on the 8th at the Davises, and there was only one person in attendance, myself, because apparently they canceled it. I didn't get the memo. But Ian Davis is very thrilled to have somebody show up. So there you go. Anyway, that's all I did was cocktail party after cocktail party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, how many cocktail parties did you attend?
Well, sadly, because I'm a non-drinker, I don't go to cocktail parties anymore. Just water parties. We did community water testing, and we have 20 sites, sometimes 23, depending on where we might see challenges. So that's always an interesting experience. Then we did a second round of water testing on select sites in Honey Harbor, predominantly for testing of phosphorus and nitrogen. And again, some of those results will be made available later. I echo Councillor Cooper's comments. He and I and CAO Mariotti had a good chat. I had a good discussion with IC Craig on a dismissed code complaint, and I found that to be fairly interesting. I attended our first library on-site meeting that we'd had in a long time, so it was good to get together everybody face to face. Attended the on-site a water quality report hosted by our CBO, Kaylee Nicholson, and good discussion on that topic. And as you'd expect, many discussions on solid waste and many discussions on water quality with some retesting to try to overcome what we thought were horrible results, but turned out after doing it a couple of times more and getting it right, the results were safe. So that was a good outcome. And that's all for now.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Jarvis.
Let's see, July 14th was planned debrief meeting. I thought that went very, very well. Segbay Christmas in July, I attended that on the 24th, probably one of the hotter days of the year for Christmas in July. I was unable to make the Segbay meeting prior to that, but I did attend the Christmas in July, and yeah, it was had to find shade that day. That was hot. I do my annual bike ride for multiple sclerosis in July. The last weekend did that in the heat as well. That was kind of fun. We've had a couple of library meetings, one remotely and then the one in person. The update from the library is as follows. Summer programming continues and features programs with Georgian Bay Land Trust, Georgian Bay Biosphere, and At the Lake, and Parks Canada. Paddles and Pages partnership with Bylaw and Emergency Services completed visits in July and August, reaching residents in Cognisheen, Go Home Bay, and Go Home Lake. And then the library outreach continues with visits to the GPCA Family Fun Day, the 6 Mile Lake Regatta, and is included supporting a remote summer reading club, which is ongoing and showing just how much alive the library system is in this community. And that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, I think your camera's not on, but I do see you in person.
I am here. Let me just put it back
on.
So a very social month for me as well. Maybe I didn't get any cocktails, but I did talk to maybe 80% of the residents around Go Home Lake and up around Gala Lake and other areas. I did meet with Greg Mariotti and Miss Engels at the residents of Iroquois Road up at Gibson Lake to listen to their concerns and issues around the road assumption. I've heard from a lot of people in MacTier that are concerned about what's happening with the equipment in Mrs. C's Park, and after today we'll have a bit of an update I'll be able to give them. I've also been talking to Myers Lake people who collectively wanted to talk about planning committee or planning council agenda item for tomorrow. And of course, Gala Lake and 12 Mile Bay and Go Home Lake residents that are all had concerns that they wanted to express and questions they wanted answered with regards to the bin closing and the transition for Go Home Lake. So all in all, it was a very social week, social month, but the drinking happened after the conversations. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor. I think I need to be promoted to be on camera, but that's okay. I'll get going anyways. Yeah, there I am. Rejoin. Okay. Video. July the 5th, attended Honey Harbor Pink Dinghy fundraiser. I was only there for the pre-start of the race because I had other commitments that day, and that being the Stewart Lake Association AGM, which went very well. I did a question and answer period. Councillor Pretko was unable to make it, so I did my best. Brought their concerns back to our operations department, and boy, did they get on top of it and do a great job answering everything that they requested answers to. On the 6th of July, I attended the 6 Mile Lake meeting, which was at Wauwatosa Marina. Councillor Graziano took care of most of the emceeing, and Mayor Coetzee answered questions from the audience about solid waste and the removal of the bins from the marina. On the 18th, I had a discussion with our CAO about access to commercial properties for emergency services. On the 21st, I attended the Pride flag raising here at the Township of Georgian Bay, and then in the afternoon attended the Pride flag raising at the District of Muskoka before our council meeting. On the 28th, I attended the MacTier Minor Baseball Banquet, where my wife and I coach, and I want to give thanks to the Lions Club for supplying the barbecue for that event. On the 2nd of August, I took part in the food drive, collecting food at a local business for our food bank and some sharing with another food bank. And on the 9th of August, I attended the first annual District Chairs fundraiser up at Port Cunningham Resort. And that was in support of the United Way and a couple of good causes that are related to the United Way as well. And that's my report for this month.
Thank you very much. I have to do this because, you know, it's in conjunction with Councillor Cooper, but I started this month since last council meeting at a cocktail party on the Lizard, which is basically the front yard of Councillor Cooper. He had a relatively short commute to get there. A couple of other councillors were there and a bunch of people. So that's, you know, an annual pleasure. On the 12th was the Honey Harbor Association annual general meeting. On the 14th, a debriefing meeting that included Councillors Cooper and Jarvis and myself with our Director of Planning, which I found quite a useful and informative meeting. And then I met with the new Executive Director of the of FOCA, the Federation of Ontario Cottage Associations, Leslie Lavender, and quite enjoyed my chat with her. On the 15th, I found myself in Midland for a special OPP mayor's meeting. Also was at the flag raising events that Councillor Wojcik made reference to. On the 22nd, I attended a GBLT meeting, which was interesting because it included the executive director of the Bruce Trail Land Trust and got his input in what they've been doing the last little while. And then that was in the parking lot of a gala event up at Deerhurst where the Premier was hosting premiers across the country. And that was quite an interesting event, but I will admit that for me, the favorite part of it was the entertainment, which was included a couple of people from a Blue Rodeo that you may have heard of. And that was superb, quite frankly, very enjoyable. Finance Committee and Biosphere Board the following day. And then the 24th, as was already mentioned, the Segbay Christmas in July, which I think probably was not as well attended as they hoped because it was so hot. I mean, I don't know. Some people I know in the tropics celebrate Christmas, but I'm not used to that sort of thing. And that was followed by a honeybee festival meeting. 28th again in Midland for a OPP board meeting. And the 29th, enjoyed a site visit up Monument Channel with Councillor Jarvis. That was quite interesting. More on that probably tomorrow. I think I already mentioned the election up at Moose Deer Point. On the 31st, I found myself in Bracebridge, where they were giving a tour to a number of people, including residents of Moose Deer Point First Nation. And so I got to hear the election results because it happened to be one of the individuals there was newly elected as a councillor, and she was quite excited about that. August 2nd, the Honey Harbor Association Regatta, and I did my usual starting from the canoe races from my kayak, which I always enjoy. On the 6th, I attended the first lakeside garbage pickup service provided to Go Home Lake and talked to a number of residents and staff. And of course, Commissioner Steele was also in attendance. So I found that quite informative. Here we go. Okay, August 7th, the acting commander of the Midland OPP, Mike Thurlow, came here for a visit with CEO Mariotti and myself. On the 8th, I did not go to the cocktail party at Ian Davis's GBLT cocktail because I did get the memo that it had been canceled due to weather. And I've unfortunately missed the dock party that Chair Lehman was hosting on the 9th. And this past weekend, my in-laws, amongst others, were hosting a celebration of life for a longtime resident of Honey Harbor. And, you know, it was an interesting collection of people because you had your cottagers, you had your generations-long locals, and people in between who, you know, some of them who chose to be locals after starting as kids as cottagers, and so it was a good mix. But my overall comment I wanted to make over the last month is I have in numerous settings run into so many residents and who have shared comments and opinions and ideas, and that I really appreciate that because it's great to have one-on-ones, especially when they're not exactly planned, but most residents have opinions about various things. I can tell you that solid waste was more than 50% of the overall conversations, because that is by far the #1 concern of the majority of our residents. Most of them were quite reasonable and fair in their assessment and their suggestions, and I really appreciated it. And that's to me, one of the best parts of this job is meeting so many people who are willing to have a conversation about how we can make this township a little bit better. And many of them have interesting and sometimes terrific ideas, and so I greatly appreciate it. So that's my comments on the last month. And CEO Mariotti, how was your month?
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I think I'll touch on a couple of items verbally here that were in my monthly update, and one of them is the affordable housing in Mactier that was spoken to earlier today. And more than affordable housing, I suppose I should have started off by calling it, have it with the heading, you know, placemaking, because this is bigger than just affordable housing. So we have, as council's aware, we have been looking at affordable housing options in Mactier, and there is this piece of land. It's 19 acres, both north and south of where Mrs. C's Park is right now. That is township owned, and that we want to look at possibly exploring for any development opportunities. Hence, carrying out a preliminary assessment to see how buildable the land is. And we issued an RFP. We received back some preliminary costing, which is around about $80,000 to do some borehole testing, noise vibration analysis, obviously, because it's relatively close to the railway tracks, as well as some other preliminary assessments. And I haven't come to council yet to ask for the money because we're actively looking at trying to get funding from the CMHC through its affordable housing fund. And this is something that the district has kind of pointed us in that direction. So Ms. Schneier is actively looking at trying to see if we can get some money to carry out this testing. And what this testing might show is that it may or may not be suitable for affordable housing, but it may or may not be suitable for other types of construction, for example, commercial or industrial opportunities. And this goes back to the placemaking comment that if it's not good enough for homes, could the land be good enough for some other developmental opportunity that we could try and, you know, kickstart somewhat the local community. This also goes hand in hand with not only Ms. Schneier's activity related to, you know, the Refresh Mactier, but also Director Whitlib and working with the University of Toronto students to create again this placemaking for the community. So there's a lot of moving pieces, but it's quite exciting because we're trying to bring these pieces together, and hopefully together with the community of Mactier create a bit of a longer term vision to, you know, to kickstart that community and give some plant some seeds whereby we can possibly grow. The other point I'd like to update council on is the Haskets Drive drainage. As you know, we retained a consultant, DM Wills, and so earlier this year we went for a site visit such that the drainage engineer was able to get a good grasp of the lay of the land. And we've had a couple of meetings with the residents. And we also had a follow-up meeting with Mr. Santoro, who also engaged his own drainage engineer to explore options. And so the culmination of these discussions really have been that Mr. and Mrs. Santoro and Mr. and Mrs. Smith, other owners along that portion of Hasketts Drive, have submitted a petition, formal petition, under the Drainage Act. So next month, Ken Smith of DM Wills will be coming to council, and just to help explain what this formal process is now with the Drainage Act. So that's kind of my update on the two major updates for council.
Well, you leave me optimistic that the long ongoing Hasketts Drive drainage issue may be getting closer to a resolution.
I think we, sorry, I think we will be. I think having had a drainage engineer to come and do a site visit, actually he went there a couple of times, and together with his background, I think we can come up with an outcome for sure.
Because I'm really also hopeful that at a certain point drainage will become important again, because after the last little while and all this dry land, oh, it'd be nice to get some rain. And your placemaking for MacTier, I think that all sounds terrific. Thank you very much. I think that's ending the meeting on quite a positive tone. Council, at this point, it's time for shutdown motions. So I have moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council adopts the bylaw 2025-057 to confirm the proceedings of the August 11th, 2025 Council meeting. All those in favor? Did I hear hesitation over there? Just ignore something that Councillor Jarvis is saying? Okay. Sometimes that's harder to do than other times. Moved by Councillor Bochek and seconded by, of all people, Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council is now adjourned at 3:19 p.m. until September 8, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And we are adjourned, Council, even though Councillor Predko has not voted in favor. But we will meet again tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning for planning, Council.